and welcome to our third and final day as Championship Sunday here at South Alabama between Wild Factor 18 and UBO East 18. Our final pool game before we go into the semifinal game and also the championship games that we have today here at South Alabama. Beautiful morning. Glad to be with us here on JockJive Sports. I'm Dallas Renzi with the coverage this morning and the final four games that we have later on today. As Wild Factor, they will be in their gray uniforms with red number plates with white pants. While for UBO East 18, they will be in all gray. As we're about to get this one underway, and the first pitch is delivered outside for a ball. As it will be number 5, Stevens on the mound for Wild Factor. And we'll dive in who's in the field for Wild Factor. They will be the home team, while UBO East 18 will be the away team. That one will miss upstairs, and it's a quick 2-0 here to the leadoff hitter, number 14, Langley, who will be playing in center field in the bottom half of the first inning. For UBO East 18, both of these teams making their first appearance here at South Alabama this weekend. As this one is skied down the left field line in foul territory. Third baseman calls for it. He will make the catch for out number 1. As that one is caught by number 0, Cooper, over at third base for out number 1. So Langley retired as we take a look at who's out in the field for Wild Factor. They will have number 21, Smith, in center field. Hilbert will be at short. Lafferts will be at first. Carpenter will be in left field for Wild Factor. Patrick catching behind the plate, number 20. Number 1, Jadson playing at second. As the first pitch delivered is in for a strike. Extra hitters will be McWilliams and Bolton. Right fielder will be number 19, Austin. And Cooper, who just made that catch, is at third base for Wild Factor. As the count is 0-1. And that misses outside. 1-1 here to number 24, Roberts. UBO East comes in with 2 losses so far this weekend. Like I said, the first game here at South Alabama, as they have played at Men's Park, which was broadcast the other side that we have JockJive coverage at. Only 3 fields are in action here this morning. Matthews Park, Men's Park, and then here at South. And then for Wild Factor, they've played at McGill-Toolen on Friday, and then at Saturday, they had a game against Coastal Sports 17U. Which they came away with a 7-2 win. We'll dive into that a little bit later here in the broadcast, as this one is skied to center field. Center field roams over and makes the catch for out number 2. 2 gone here in the top of the first. So Langley and Roberts goes down in order as it brings up Hartley, the third baseman, as we take a look at the starting batting order for UBO East 18. As it'll be Langley, Roberts, Hartley to lead things off. Alford, the first baseman, will be batting cleanup, followed by Brooks, Burdett, Scott, Roberts, and Reed, with Claude as their starting pitcher for UBO East. 2 outs, bases empty. So first pitch misses upstairs for ball number 1. A beautiful weather this morning. Hopefully we will not have to deal with any weather or anything like that later on today. Dealt with weather on Friday night. Saturday, we got through all 5 games without any weather delays. We even started 15 minutes early on every game as well. This is going to be a line drive right to the right fielder for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down as we head to the bottom of the first. No score between Wild Factor and UBO East 18. 3:03 down in the top of the first inning as we begin here for Wow Factor. Take a look at their batting order as it will be Smith, Hilbert, and Laffett to lead things off. After a nice inning of work from Stevens on the other side, the first pitch delivered is in for a strike by the starting pitcher for UBO East 18, number 38, Claude. As he will get the nod here in the bottom of the first. Looking for a 1-2-3 inning for himself as well. Misses upstairs and it's 1-1. The last pitch clocked in at 82 miles per hour. Carpenter will be batting cleanup for Wild Factors. That one goes upstairs, followed by Stevens, the opposite pitcher, Patrick, Jackson, McWilliams, and it'll be Bolton, Austin, Stallworth, and Cooper. 12 hitters for Wild Factor today. As that connects for a strike. Good location there from Claude. And only 9 hitters for UBO East 18 in their batting order unless Claude pitches or hits as well. As that one goes outside. 2-2 here. The Smith, the center fielder, with one fly-out catch so far. As this is going to be a high chopper to the second baseman, and it's going to be a good chance to beat it, and he will, as Smith with an infield single. So Smith reaches, and he'll bring up number 11, Hilbert, the shortstop. We're a runner on first, and we have our first base runner of the game. Reminder, this is not a semifinal game. This is the last pool game that we will have this weekend before we go into our final 3 games, semifinal and championship games here at South Alabama. That's the same also at Men's Park. Here at South, it will be 18U, Men's Park 16U. Runner takes off, and that is a stolen base for Smith as the throw is late from the catcher. And we have our 2-camera look back again today. Center field camera you're currently looking at, and then behind the plate as well. 2-camera look here at South Alabama. 0-1 pitch. This will be hit into left center field. Drops in for a base hit. Smith is going to be sent home, and he will easily score as Hilbert strolls over to second. And it is going to be an RBI double for Hilbert, and Wild Factor jumps ahead 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. An excellent start here for Wild Factor. With 2 base hits, Smith with an infield single, and RBI double by Hilbert. And now bring up Laffett, number 16, the first baseman. 12 hitters in this batting order for Wild Factor. They are coming in with 2 wins already this weekend. Started out Friday at McGill-Toolen with a 9-4 victory versus Hemo Hustle. And then yesterday, they had a 7-2 victory versus Coastal Sports Academy 17U. So they are looking for their 3rd win this weekend as that connects for a strike 1-1 here to Laffett with number 28 Carpenter on deck. After this battle, we'll take a look at the starting fielders for UBO East. As the 1-1 pitch. And that's for a strike. UBO East, they are 0-2 coming into this game. Losses to the Prospects and Mako Baseball Club 17U. As they look for their first victory here this weekend. And the boy going 0-3. As that misses downstairs, and it's 2-2 here to Laffett. No outs here in the bottom of the first. 2 base hits for Wild Factor. After a 1-2-3 inning, as Landry, Roberts, and Hartley all flew out against the opposite pitcher, Stevens. The 2-2 is ripped foul down the right field line. And a good crowd here this morning for the final day here at South Alabama. We were able to play 9 of the 10 games here so far through the first 2 days. The 5th game was rained out on Friday night. As this one is going to be a line drive caught by the second baseman. No one covering second, so it'll just be an out number 1 here in the bottom of the first. Laffett with an L4. And out number 1 recorded here for Claude. This brings up the left fielder Carpenter. So Langley, number 14, will be playing in center. Isaac Roberts, the catcher. Hartley will be playing at third. Alfred at first. Brooks starts the game out at right field. Burdette will be at second. Scott will be listed as the extra hitter for UBO East. And Jade Roberts will be in left field, and Reed will be the shortstop. Number 32, he is in his black uniform. So that one misses upstairs, and it's 1-0 here to Carpenter. As this will be a high chopper here to Reed. Slow roller fires the first in time to Alford for out number 2, as Hilbert will advance to third. And 2 are gone here in the bottom of the first. As it brings up the opposite pitcher, Stevens. For Wow Factor. Well, all weekend long we've had 5 fields, I believe, in action. At McGill-Toohin and Faith Academy, the first 2 days, they will not be in action today. It'll just be South Men's Park for the 16U and 18U semifinal championship games, and then Matthews Park, which will have 16U. But all the 18U games will be here at South Alabama today. Count is 0-1 here with 2 outs. As this is ripped to left field, and it's an RBI single for Stevens to extend the lead 2-0 for Wow Factor. And on the second pitch of the bat, and now a courtesy runner will come in for Stevens. As it brings up number 28. Carpenter coming in as the pinch runner, who was just recently retired off a 6-3. So Carpenter will come in as the pinch runner and brings up the catcher, number 20, Patrick. The 6th batter of this inning for Wow Factor. Yesterday games were an hour and 40 minutes. Today they will be back at an hour and 50, or 7 complete innings between these two teams. We have yet to have a game so far this weekend go 7 complete innings. 1 game, or actually 2 games here at South went to 6 innings. But most of the games have ended either in the 4th or 5th inning. First pitch in for a strike from Claude. Yesterday started at 10:45. Today we start bright and early here at 9 o'clock. Try to get as many games as possible before possible weather comes into the area. That one misses outside, and it's 1-1. UBO East will have hitters 4, 5, and 6 due up in the second inning, trailing 2-0. Alford, Brutz, and Burdett will lead things off. And another miss there here to Patrick, with number 1 Jackson on deck for Wow Factor. The 2-1 pitch, and they elect to test the runner at first base with a pickoff. Patrick up and count 2-1. And that's bit swing and a miss there for strike 2. Starting off with Smith with an infield single, Hilbert with an RBI double. Stevens with an RBI single to extend the lead 2-0 after back-to-back groundouts. And the 2-2, this is going to be a chopper to the second baseman. And now a retired Cy as the throw to Alford's in time. As we head to the second, 2-0 Wow Factor 18. for the top of the second inning. 2-0 Wow Factor 18 as UBO East 18 trailing for the first time in this one. They went down in order. Langley, Roberts, and Hartley with flyouts. As it will be Alford, Brooks, and Burdett. Number 39, Alford, playing at first base today. Looking for their first base runner of the game here against Stevens, batting for his second inning of work and also drove in a run in the bottom half of the first inning. His first pitch connects for strike number 1. Good crowd here this morning. And a very good crowd pretty much all weekend long for all the games, especially the night game we had last night. As that one's going to be fouled off, and we'll dive into all the previous games that we've had over the weekend here at South Alabama. Neither one of these teams have played here at South, so we did our first look, and our final pool game will consist of these two 18U teams facing off against one another. But we got 2 games going on in Mobile, Men's Park, where other JockJive telecasts, where if you would like to look at any of the previous games on JockJive, just go to our on-demand page and check out any of the games that you've missed or want to check out. Pay a little bit of a subscription fee and just check them out. And also subscribe to our YouTube page as well. Follow us. And also on social media, get our news notes and highlights. And also any schedule updates and also final scores from your favorite teams. So that one's downstairs and it's quickly 3-1. Here to Alford, with the right fielder number 25, Brooks, on deck. Hilbert and Stevens providing the offense for Wow Factor in that bottom of the first to contribute to the 2-0 lead. It's Wow Factor looking for 3 wins this weekend. And that is going to hit Alford. There's going to be ball 4 either way, but Alford will take first base after being hit by the pitch. As Brooks, number 25, will step in. As Eastwood, their first base runner of the game. As Wow Factor has outscored opponents 16-6 so far through their first 2 games. Well, for UBO East 18, they've been outscored 17-5 in their first 2 games. Games that we have currently going on at the 9 o'clock hour. Our last round of pool games this weekend. At Matthews Park, it's Ace Academy Diamond Dogs facing off against Coastal Sports Academy 16U. As in 16U Pool B. And then we have UBO East 16 versus UBO Mississippi 16 at Men's Park. You can watch that game on JockJive. That connects for a strike, and quickly ahead 0-2 is Stevens. And the winner in second in Pool B will face off against Pensacola Rizzlers 18U in the championship bracket. That will be game number 1. Winner of that will go to the championship. So our first semifinal game coming up at around 11:15. Could be earlier depending on when this game comes to its conclusion. This is the last game that could possibly end up in a tie. Pop up, left side of the infield, shortstop will take it. Hilbert with the grab for out number 1. And Alford will retreat back to first base. .22 Burdett will step in. Another left-handed batter coming into the game here for UBO East. So we got 2 16U games currently going on. This is the only 18U game this morning. Like I said earlier, as that is a pickoff at first base as Alford was caught lacking right next to the first base bat, and a nice throw and good awareness there by the catcher Patrick, and that's a costly mistake there for out number 2. And great awareness there from Patrick. And 2 are gone here after the first pitch was a ball. That one sails outside, and it's 2-0. Here to Burdett with the extra hitter, number 11, Scott. That's one way to keep your pitch count down on your defense to make some outs. First time today we've seen a pickoff from the catcher to the first baseman this weekend. We've seen many pickoffs between the pitcher and the first baseman here this weekend. And we've seen a lot of attempts from the catcher to fire over to first, keep the base runners staying put, and make sure they do not advance over to the next base. But nice throw there from Patrick. The 3-0 pitch is grounded to the second baseman. And that'll be out number 3. Nice work again by Stevens. 2 shutout innings as he heads to the bottom of the second with a 2-0 lead. Two scoreless innings pitched by number 5, Stevens. As the first pitch misses upstairs from Claude. As it will be hitters 7, 8, 9 to bat in order, Jackson, McWilliams, and Bolton. Jackson made the final out of the top of the second, keep it 2-0. As he will get his first plate appearance here against Claude. 6 batters came out to face off against Claude in the bottom of the first, scoring 2 runs off a handful of hits off of Claude, especially early on as Smith and Hilbert were able to reach infield single and then an RBI double. Ball Factor looking for the sweep this weekend in 3 pool games. Count's going to be 2-1 here. But 3 more games left here this weekend. I said 9 out of 10 games were able to be played. So that's the game Friday night at 7. We got to the bottom of the first, and then the weather came. So that misses downstairs, and it's 3-1 here to Jackson, playing at second base. McWilliams and Bolton due up in this inning are both extra hitters listed. But we will see them not only in a couple moments in the batter's box, but probably we'll see them out in the field later on in the game. So leadoff walk there to Jackson as McWilliams will step in. Twelve hitters in this lineup for Wild Factor. So most of these guys will only get maybe 2 plate appearances today. But the way the first inning went, could be an opportunity where some guys will have a 3rd plate appearance. Count is 0-1. Pickoff attempt at first, 9 time. 0-1 pitch, runner goes, and a foul ball as it goes straight out of the hands of the batter, McWilliams, as to retrieve his bat. Just outside our camera screen, a lot of foul ground from home plate to the stands. So any pop-ups that go straight up, there's a good chance that catcher will have a play on it. We've seen that a couple of times so far this weekend. As McWilliams retrieves a new bat, as he is quickly behind 0-2 in the count, and will step back in. On deck is number 13, Bolton. 3 extra hitters listed for Wow Factor. McWilliams trying to stay strong here with 2 strikes. And that one gets away from the catcher. An easy advancement there for Jackson on the wild pitch. Make it 1-2. All weekend long, we have seen teams score the majority of their runs off of wild pitches with runners in scoring position. Most of the games we've had here have been 16U, and very few games have been 18U. All day today will be 18U. Swung on a miss, and a strikeout here for Claude for out 1. As it brings up Bolton. The runner on second here with 1 out. That's Jackson. Long stare down between Claude, and that is going to be a first pitch hit batter. As Bolton will take first. And it's first and second here with 1 out. So it brings up number 19, Austin, the right fielder. Jackson at second, Bolton at first. 1 gone so far off a strikeout from Claude. As first pitch grounded to second. The only play he has is at first, and it's delivered there to Alford in time. Runners will advance, however, to third and second. As it brings up the third extra hitter, number 10, Stallworth. With runners at third and second here with 2 gone. After our first pitch contact there from Austin. Productive at bat, moving runners in the scoring position, and now it's up to Stallworth to try to pick up his teammate here in the bottom of the second. This first pitch, big swing or miss there from Stallworth. With Cooper moving to the on-deck circle, the final batter, who has not faced off against Claude. Trying to make it through 2 complete innings. And now allowing Wow Factor to extend the lead here. This is the last game that can technically end in a tie. The last 3 games here at South must have a winner. We have not had any ties so far this weekend. We had 2 ties in the last showcase series we had at University of West Florida on the very first day of the tournament. Championship Sunday, we were only able to get through 1 semifinal game, and then that was it. That was in 16U, as this is grounded foul. And count remains 0-2 here to Stallworth, as Claude looking for his second strikeout of this inning and second of the game. And the 0-2. Grounded up the middle. This will drive in 1 run. They send the runner from second, and he will score as it's a 2-run single from Stallworth with 2 outs, and it's 4-0 Wow Factor. Excellent placement there from Stallworth, finding an opening between the second baseman and the shortstop, and it's 4-0. Wow Factor has scored 2 runs in both this inning and the first. And it brings up Cooper to third baseman, batting 12th. Pick up at first base 9 in time. The offense continues to deliver for Wow Factor. Another pitch off at first. This one might be a little bit closer, but still the same result. Safe at first base. And try another one at third, and they got him. Third time's the charm. As they pick off Stalwart at first. But it is 4-0. Wow Factor a 2-run single from Stalwart to extend the lead. We're through 2 as we head to the third. Top of the third, new pitcher for Wow Factor. Coming in from shorts, that will be number 11, Hilpert. As the first pitch, he delivers is in for a strike, clocking in at 80 miles per hour. As he will face off against Scott, Roberts, and Reed. And Scott, number 11, listed as the etcher hitter. He'll move out into the field later in the game as the game progresses. Start early over at Men's Park. They're in the bottom of the third as that's one on a miss for strike 2. Well, we're here in the top of the third inning. Minor games are an hour and 50 minutes today unless we have delays, and we'll have to move games to an hour and 40 minutes like we did yesterday. We'll see if he held up his swing, and no check. And actually, they're going to look over to, and he did go. The infield umpire agreed, and he did go for out number 1. It's a strikeout to open up the top of the third. First pitch is fouled out play. And over into the seats, a lot of fans bringing their umbrellas. A couple parents and family also brought tents yesterday to shield away from the heat. And that's one on a miss. Hilbert dealing strikes since coming in to relieve the starting pitcher Stevens. It's the left fielder, number 32, Roberts. Quickly behind 0-2. And he will ground one, and this is going to sneak past the shortstop for a base hit to left field. As Roberts, the left fielder, with a base hit with one out. And that will be UBO East first base hit of this game. Not their first base runner. They had Alford with a leadoff walk in the top of the second, but their first base hit. And it brings up number 32, the shortstop Reed, in his black uniform. Still with gray pants. And he swings and misses on the first pitch. 4 strike number 1. The 0-1. Popped up, left side of the infield. Still in fair territory. Third baseman comes in. He'll make the grab. Is that catch made by number 28, Carpenter, who moves in from left field to third. And Cooper, who was originally at third base, made one pop-up catch, is now at shortstop. I'll be out number 2 here in the top of the third. And now we'll bring out Langley. Teams usually have about more than 9 hitters, but UBO East 18 with exactly 9 base hitters with Todd not hitting. As Langley swings and misses, and it's 1-1. Last pitch, Todd in at 81. Langley with a pop-up his first time up. Trying to lure here with a runner on first. And he will foul this one into the glove for strike number 2. With the catcher Roberts on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Hilbert looking for a scoreless frame here in the top of the third. Grounded foul down the right field line. As this will be the 5th pitch of this at-bat here. For Hilbert, the second pitcher used today for Wild Factor 18. The 1-2 is downstairs. The entire infield is about to head to the dugout, but it was not a strike apparently to the home plate umpire. 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Popped up, and this will go to the left side of the press box. Wild Factor will have Cooper, Smith, and Hilbert. Hitters 12-1 and 2 due up. Scoring 2 runs in each of the bottom of the first and bottom of the second. Runner goes as another foul ball. Langley stays strong here with 2 strikes. Count remains 2-2. Hilbert delivers another 2-2 pitch, keeping a close side the runner at first. And the 2-2 is downstairs in the dirt, full count. Weather today in Mobile currently is 87 degrees. As this is Rick foul down the right field line. High today is 95 degrees. Low tonight will be 78. Pitch off attempt at first. Runner will be going on the very next pitch. Roberts with a base hit. Downstairs, the inning will continue with a walk to Langley. And it's first and second here with 2 outs. And so that'll bring up Roberts. Our next game will include the Pensacola Rovers 18U. This will be our first time here at South Alabama. We'll see Pensacola. I believe they played at Men's Park earlier. So you can check out their previous games on JockJive. But that game is coming up at 11:15-ish. Milbert's pitch misses downstairs. And its first inning of work getting in trouble here. Second walk of the game issued by the Wild Factor pitching staff. As it goes on Langley as Isaac Roberts, the catcher, number 24, up next to bat. First and second here with 2 outs. That connects for a strike here, 1-1. 81 miles per hour on the last pitch there from Hilpert. On deck is Hartley, who flew out his first time up. This is hit off the middle, off the glove of the pitcher, and right to the second baseman. And the throw is in time for out number 3. Nicely played there by Jackson on the redirection from the pitcher. As we head to the bottom of the third, 4-0 Wild Factor. For nothing Wild Factor. They have scored 2 runs in each of the bottom of the first and bottom of the second. See what they can do here against Claude in their third time around. As that one will be fouled off from Cooper. He was in the batter's box when Stallworth was picked off in the bottom of the second to retire to Cy. But not before Stallworth had a 2-run single right up the middle into right center field. And a swing and a miss. Cooper's behind 0-2. It'll be hitters 12-1-2, Cooper, Smith, and Hilpert. Cooper started the game out at third. He has now moved over to shortstop since Hilpert, who was the original shortstop, was on the mound in the third inning. So that one misses outside 1-2. Coasting through this game so far. Wow Factor would generate offense in the bottom half. UBO East was able to get something going in the last half inning. A ground ball to Reed at short. Long throw, and it moves Alfred off the bat, and safe at first is Cooper. So the East sits. Results in a base run to lead things off here for Wow Factor. As it brings up Smith, who was able to reach off an infield single his first time up and came around the score off the RBI double from Hilpert in the bottom of the first. Smith starting the game out at center field. And the first pitch gets away from the catcher. It was not fouled off. And it's going to be an easy advancement for Cooper to second. Second wild pitch of this game. Smith starts out with a 1-0 count as it just put the glove of the catcher Roberts behind the plate. Smith trying to go 2 for 2. Blazing speed when put in motion as it's going to be in for strike 1-1. Set time around in the batting order for Wow Factor. Mentioned earlier, 12 hitters for them, and all 12 hitters with a chance to bat so far. So that misses upstairs 2-1. And they have collected a handful of hits so far against Claude through the first 2 innings. Two-one pitch. Good frame job, but it was downstairs. It's 3-1. With Hilbert on deck, shortstop moved over to the pitcher's mound. And the 3-1 is inside for ball 4. And Smith will reach first. Hilbert, the left-hand batter, will step in first and second with no outs here in bottom of the third as Wow Factor trying to extend the lead once again. First pitch connects. Hilbert win RBI double to left center field his first time up. Driving in Smith. And he fouls it off, and he's quickly behind 0-2, the Claude. Couple of Pensacola Rizzlers arriving to the ballpark as they will be the first semifinal game that we'll have today. This is the last pool game we'll have. As this is ripped over to the second baseman, spins around and fires a throw to Alfred in time. But a productive at bat there to move runners to third and second. And a nice play there. Second baseman Burdette with the play right there. And now it'll bring up Laffett, number 16. Laffett with a couple of men on in scoring position. Base hit. Trying to get it done there as he fouls out the first pitch. Laffett grounded out his first time up. As he searches for his first base hit. Oh, 1 pitch. Misses upstairs, 1-1. With Carpenter on deck. Started the game out in left field, but he moves over to third base in the infield. 1-1. Fouled out play. One-two pitch. Sails upstairs, and it's 2-2. It's now officially 10 o'clock here at the ballpark. As we are through our first hour here in the hour 50 game. Swung on a miss, and a big strikeout there for Claude. As Carpenter will step in, the third baseman. With runners on at third and second, Cooper at third, Smith on at second. Cooper with a base hit, Smith with a walk. Then a ground out to Hilbert, and Laffett strikes out swinging. First pitch is inside to Carpenter, who also ground out his first time up. That connects. 79. And it's 1-1 here to Carpenter. The 1-1. It's going to be a ground ball to Reed. Trying to redeem himself from the throw earlier, and he does. Runners will be left stranded at third and second as Clark has his first scoreless inning of the game. And it's 4-0 as we head to the fourth. We begin the fourth inning. Hilbert back in for his second inning of work. Has runners at first and second, but got a big ground out from his second baseman, Jackson. As we begin the fourth inning, 4-0. As Wealth after 18 held scoreless for the first time in this game. Had runners at third and second with one out. Then a strikeout and a ground out at short, as that's fouled down the right field line. It will be Hartley, Alford, and Brooks due up in the inning here. Trailing 4-0. Couple base hits off of the pitching staff for Wild Factor, but no clutch base hits with two outs. Hilbert with a walk and a single in the last inning. as that is grounded to the third baseman, and it gets past him and goes into left field. And Hartley's got himself a 1-for-2 game with a single to left. And a nice start there for UBO. As Alford will step in. He walked his first plate appearance. He was picked off at first base, however, with one gone. Now we'll step in here with a runner on first with no outs. It's UBO desperate for some offense here. That first pitch will miss upstairs, and it's 1-0. Misses downstairs. 2-0 quickly here to Alford with the right fielder Brooks, number 25, on deck. Middle of the batting order trying to get something going here against Hilpert. Second time around the batting order, gets away from the catcher. And an easy advancement there for Hartley. No throw made by the catcher. First ball pitch thrown by Wildfather in this game. Alford ahead 3-0. And he is now aggressive as the pitch is upstairs, and it's going to be a 4-pitch walk. The runners at first and second here with no outs. Best chance of the game for UBO. Trying to snap their 2-game losing streak while Wildfactor trying to sweep the pool game series this weekend after winning their first 2 games away from South Alabama. First pitch is fouled out play. Wildfactor opened up Friday against McGill-Tulane, or at McGill-Tulane, a 9-4 victory versus Hemo Hustle. Then a 7-2 victory against Coastal Sports 17U. Well, for UBO East, a loss to Prospect 7-2 on Friday at Men's Park. You can check that game out on JockJive. 0-1 pitch is going to be a pop-up down the left field line. This could be trouble, and it is going to be a fair ball. No one is covering third, and the bases will be loaded here for UBO. As a bloop single down the left field line pays off for Brooks. 2 singles and a walk here for UBO as they are in business here against Hilpert. Back in for second inning to work. As that'll bring up Burdette, number 22. Ground out to second base his first time up. And has a golden opportunity here to try to nod the game up at 4. Or at least cut the deficit. And Burdette hits it right up the middle, and it's going to be played with no glove. 1 out. There's the throw to first, and it's wild. And the throw home is not in time. So a run will score. Runners at third and second. It's 4-1. Heck of an effort there by the pitcher, Hilpert, who threw it to home plate without a glove after the comebacker was hit right back to him from Burdette. And Burdette is safe at second. Well, the first out was recorded. That was the out at home plate. A wild throw from the catcher, Patrick, going down the right field line or into right field. Well, it's 4-1 after that crazy sequence of events. And the first pitch is grounded foul from the extra hitter, Scott. But UBO East cuts into the deficit. It's still with a job here with runners in scoring position. Sails outside 1-1. A good miss there from Hilbert. 1-1 pitch is fly ball to shallow right field. That'll be caught. Runner tads up, and the throw is going to be late. An RBI sat fly for Scott, and it's 4-2. Wildfactor. Catch made by the right fielder, Brooks. or made that Austin with the catch over there in right. Two gone here in the top of the 40. UBO East cuts the deficit in half. Strawberry and RBI set fly as the left fielder Roberts steps in. A runner on second here with 2 outs. First pitch is inside for ball 1. A fly out or an RBI set fly to right and a force out at home plate. The only 2 outs so far here in the top of the 4th. Starting off with a base load, 2 singles and a walk. Given up by Hilbert. That's swung on a miss for strike 1. The 1-1. Ground to the shortstop. Going to be a tough play here. Plenty of time. Fires the first. A low throw gets by the first baseman. And UBO East will score a run. And slipping was Roberts. He'll retreat back to first. But it's 4-3 off the error. Brings up the other number 32 in the game with a black jersey. That's the shortstop Reed. How big that was in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Runners at 3rd and 2nd with 1 out, 4-0 lead for Wild Factor. They get out of the jam, and now they have the game time run on at first. As Reed will pop this one up in the shallow right center field. That'll be caught by the second baseman for out number 3. UBO East with 3 runs as we head to the bottom of the 4th, 4-3. Back here for the bottom of the fourth, as they'll be delivered in for a strike. New pitcher on the mound will be number 25 for UBO East. He'll be the right fielder. Number 25, Brooks, coming in. And a 4-3 game. Small Factor had an early 4-0 lead, but that lead has quickly vanished, and it's just a one-run lead here in this one. Glad you'd be with us here on JockJive in our final pool game of the weekend. So now we'll skip in the dirt, and it's quickly 3-1 here. Three-1 pitch coming up from Brooks. And it's upstairs. It's a leadoff walk here to Stevens. And the leadoff man is on once again here for Wow Factor. For the second inning in a row as it brings up the catcher, number 20, Patrick. UBO East getting offense all across our lineup. Both teams have batted through their lineup so far in the game. UBO East has batted through their lineup twice. This first pitch is delivered in for a strike. Wild Factor does have 12 hitters, so it might take a good bit of time, but they are halfway through their second time around in the batting order here in the bottom of the fourth. 0-1 pitch. And I'll be in for a strike. And it's 0-2 here to Patrick. The 0-2. Grounded to short. This could be two if it was bobbled. And it's going to be bobbled by the shortstop. And everyone is safe. First and second here with no outs. So Patrick reaches off and he sits. And it will be the second baseman, Jadson, number 1, stepping in. Small Factor scored 2 runs both the first and second. He'll score us in the bottom of the third. Here in the fourth, trying to regain their 4-run lead. This is bunted up in the air, caught by Brooks. Throw to second is not in time. And a wasted at bat there for Jadson. And 1 is gone here in the bottom of the fourth. This brings up number 3, Mick Williams. First pitch of this bat from Brooks is upstairs for ball number 1. The 1-0 pitch. Hit right back to the middle. Off the glove of Brooks. Hits the ground. He'll fire to second, get the force out. Runners on the corners here. Great reaction right there from Brooks on the mound. We've seen a lot of comebackers be hit right back up the middle from both teams. Last inning we had Hilbert fire home without a glove after he threw a bat to the catcher, did the force out, and almost got the double play. And it resulted in the first run of the game, and this one hit right back up to Brooks. And the smart play to get the force out at second. And 2 are gone here in the bottom of the fourth, trying to keep this game a 1-run advantage. And the 1-0. Upstairs is 2-0 here to Bolton after McWilliams retired on the, or is on first after the fielder's choice. 3 extra hitters listed here in the lineup for Wild Factor. Runner goes. The throw to second is late and high. And it's a stolen base there for McWilliams. As Holt takes second. Runners were at third and second with one out in the bottom of the third. Hilbert, or actually it looks like the last pitcher for UBO East, was able to get out of the jam. And now they're going to look for Brooks to do the same here. 2-0. As downstairs gets away, and that was actually ball 3. But the wild pitch will score run number 5 for Wow Factor. And now they're going to send the runner home from second. He will score. So 2-run score after the defense for UBO is not paying attention. And it's 6-3. Just a complete bust there, and no one is covering third. And Bolton goes to third, and now he's going to come home. More mistakes by the defense for UBO. And actually, I think they're going to call time before that, so the runner will go back to second. As that is Bolton. So that run will not count, so it still will remain 6-3 as Austin will step up. So that was actually ball 4. So Bolton automatically was going to get first. The wild pitch scored the runner from third. And then McWilliams, catching the defense off guard, scores as well off of that wild pitch. And Bolton takes second, and time was called before Bolton even came around and scored. First pitch is downstairs to Austin. Keeping the defense on their toes here in the bottom of the fourth. So that one's upstairs. Hit up the middle. That's going to be a base hit as they will send the runner home, and he will score. Actually, he'll be held back up at third. That's Bolton as the throw was cut off. And it's runners on the corners here with 2 outs. So Austin with his first base hit as Stallworth will come up. And they're actually going to use a pinch runner here for Bolton, who was listed as edger here, but apparently now he is catching, so they're going to use the pinch runner here for Bolton, which will be Jackson. 6-3 lead here for Wild Factor. They've scored both runs off a wild pitch. Brooks' first pitch is upstairs here to Stallworth, who drove in 2 runs off a 2-run single back in the bottom of the second. And he rips one to second and gets past the second baseman. Another RBI for Stallworth. An RBI single to extend the lead 7-3 here for Wow Factor. So Stallworth with a 2-hit game, 3 RBIs driven in, and Cooper will come in with a single his last at bat. And he swings at the first pitch, pops it up, foul territory, right side, and it is caught. Catch made there by Scott, number 11, to retire to side. We head to the 5th, 7-3 Wow Factor. 7-3 as Wow Factor able to score 2 runs off a wild pitch. As the first pitch, Langley pops up, foul territory, plenty of room for the catcher, and he dives and makes the catch for out number 1. Hitters 1, 2, and 3 due up in the inning here for UBO East as they trail by 4 runs for the second time in this game as Hilpert is back on the mound. As Roberts, the catcher, will dig in here after Langley pops up the first pitch. Time in this game. Our next game is scheduled 11:15. Popped up down the right field line. This will be caught by the first baseman for Wow Factor, Laffett. And 2 are gone here in the top of the 5th. Our last pool game before we head into the semifinal games coming up, as it will be number 37. Hartley up next to bat, a 1-for-2 game so far for UBO East. As that pitch will connect for a strike. Here from Hilpert, back in for his 3rd inning of work. Stevens was able to provide the first 2 innings. Did not give up a single run. Hilbert with a scoreless 3rd inning. 4th inning got into trouble, allowing 3 runs. But was able to get some run support from his team as that one goes downstairs and it's 2-1. Here to Hartley with Alford on deck. In a tight competitive game where Wow Factor scoring 7 or more runs for the 3rd straight game. They won 9-4 on Friday against Hemo Hustle, 7-2 versus Coastal Sports. And they have a 7-3 lead right now. Grounded 2 short from Hartley. And the throw is in time. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Hilbert as we head to the bottom of the 5th. 7-3 Wow Factor. As we are through the first 4.5 innings as we begin the bottom of the 5th inning. 7-3 lead here for Wildfactor. Might be the last time they will bat with a chance to extend the lead, try and get some insurance runs. This first pitch is delivered in for a strike. As it will be number 25, Brooks, the right fielder to start the game. Now I'll move to the pitcher's mound as he will get the nod here for another inning award. This one's popped up, foul ground over to the right side, and this one will leave the first baseman without any room to make the grab just outside our camera screen for a long foul ball. It'll be hitters 1, 2, and 3. Smith, Hilpert, and Laffett due up here for Wildfactor. In our last pool game of the day, Wildfactor scoring 7 runs or more for the 3rd straight game. And that is going to hit Smith for a leadoff base runner here for Wildfactor. Games are an hour and 50 minutes, but we've been breezing through this game so far. We're past the 1 hour mark, and it's currently 10:32. Next game is scheduled at 11:15, so about 15 to 20 minutes left in this one. 3rd time around the batting order for Wildfactor. Punch shown as that will be in for a strike as Hilpert draws it back. The 0-1. Downstairs and goes 5-hole on the catcher, and Smith will easily cruise over to second. Advancement on the wild pitch. Smith with good speed on the base paths. He's already come around the score once so far in this game. Left stranded at second in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Hilpert, we'll see if he held up his swing, and they're going to, looks like the catcher is looking at the infield umpire to see if they want to check it, but they do not. And it's 2-2 here to Hilpert. Started the game out at short, moved to the pitcher's mound, pitched the last 3 innings, and he will hit a ground ball. What a play by the second baseman. He'll fire to first, and it's in time for out number 1. Smith moves over to 3rd, but a heck of a play there by number 22, Burdett, at second. To retire Hilpert, as he will go 1 for 3 in the game and brings up number 16, Laffett. First pitch of the at-bat is downstairs, and it's 1-0. Missing upstairs as well. 2-0 here with Smith on at 3rd. Wildfactor has scored at least 2 runs in 3 of the 4 innings so far. Held scoreless in the 3rd. That gets away from the catcher, and Smith will easily score to make it 8-3, Wildfactor. So they'll take those runs to add some insurance here against Brooks and UBO East. As they run out of time in here in this one, about 15 minutes, like I said, left. So they might be able to bat the top of the 6th as long as Brooks is able to retire the next 2 batters as quickly as possible. Laffett lets that one go in for a strike, and it's 3-1. Did not have the green light on the 3-0 pitch. And so we'll wait the 5th pitch of this at-bat after Smith scored off the wild pitch. And he swings and misses. And it's 3-2. 3-2 pitch is fouled out of play. Three-two is upstairs, and a good at bat there from Laffett. He'll take first base. as the left fielder Carpenter will come in, and this might be the end here for Brooks. We haven't seen many mound visit from both teams in this one, and that is going to do it here for Brooks. They're going to bring in the center fielder to pitch. 8-3 Wild Factor as we step aside. Back here for the bottom of the fifth as Langley will now take the mound, replacing number 25, the right fielder Brooks. Langley a 1-for-3 day in the batter's box as he will pitch for the first time in this one, trying to keep it an 8-3 lead here for Wild Factor. Brooks with a wild pitch during the 8th run. Not a lot of time left in this one, but pretty sure we are going to see a Wild Factor come away with their third victory this weekend and first one here at South Alabama. Well, UBO East 18 will drop to 0-3, pickoff attempt at first 9-time. But Langley will come in, play the first 4 innings in center field. As he'll face off here against Carpenter with Lafitte on at first base after being walked. Third at bat of the game for Carpenter. Third time around the Bangor for Wild Factor, even with 12 hitters. Jen Rain runs. Carpenter flies one to right center field, and the center fielder now for UBO East is able to make the catch. And that is out number 2. The entire infield was about to come over to the dugout, but still another out needed to be recorded here in the bottom of the 5th. As Carpenter flies out. And I believe Brooks is now in center field after replacing Langley, who's now on the mound. And brings up the opposite pitcher, Stevens. An RBI single on his first plate appearance. Made it 2-0. So that one sails outside. bit, able to get back in time. A 4 to 5 innings, Wow Factor 18 able to score a run. And another successful offensive approach by Wow Factor here in this one. They go 3-0. Someone's outside for a ball. This is 18U. Reminder, the next 3 games, we need a winner, and it will be 18U play, semifinals, and then championship later today. Just 4 games here on Championship Sunday. And this is the only pool game we have. Ripped right at the left or third baseman, Alford, as he prevents an extra base hit there from number 5, Stevens, as we head to the 6th, 8-3 Wow Factor. Top of the 6th inning, 8-3 Wow Factor. Last chance for UBO East before we run out of time. About less than 10 minutes to go in game time. First pitch going to be fouled off here by Alford. Alford, Brooks, and Burdette to lead things off unless we have a long at bat here from Alford. But he's swinging away at the first pitch. A walk on his first plate appearance. Alford made the line drive catch at third to end the bottom of the 5th. Wow Factor able to extend the lead, get some insurance runs. Their largest lead of the game, 5 runs. Alford with a drive to left field, and that one's over the head of the left fielder and goes all the way to the wall. Alford with an extra base hit to kick off the top of the 6th for UBO East. With a drive to left field on his third at bat, as he'll bring up Brooks. And UBO East going to have to play with a lot of urgency right here, trying to make up 5 runs in less than 8 minutes with 3 outs to work with. As that swung on a miss for strike 1. As Brooks grounds one to second. And flipping over to first is the second baseman for Wow Factor, Jadson. Alford goes to third. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. And it looks like they might have called ball game, or some of the infielders were coming in, but the infield actually is going to come in for Wow Factor, trying to prevent Alford from scoring. At first I heard ball game, but still got 4 minutes to go. As Hilbert back in for another inning of work. Got in trouble in the 4th inning. 1, 2, 3 in the 5th. a double to lead off. Bunt shown. Hilbert looked at the runner at third, and no one's covering first base, so runners will be on the corners here with one out. Alford remains put at third. So Burdett able to reach off an infield single as Scott will come in. Runners on corners, they will keep the infielders in at the corners. Middle of the infield will play mid or deep. Runner goes, swung on a miss. Bates a throw as there'll be a stolen base there. Second and third here with one out. So we either get the final two outs or time will expire here. Right down the middle, first strike to Scott with Roberts, number 32, on deck. That's fouled off at the last second from Scott. The 0-2 pitch is outside. A miss right there from Hilbert. Next game coming up at 11:15. Pensacola Rizzlers 18U will be playing in it. Still trying to figure out who their opponent will be in the semifinal game in 18U. The winner of that one will stay alive and then face off against team at 1 o'clock. We'll give you more information with that coming up. That's in for strike three, and Hilbert catches Scott looking for out number 2. Robert steps in, the last hope of the game here for UBO East. First pitch to Roberts is upstairs for ball 1. And this most likely will be the final at bat as well. Run out time, like I said here, in this pool game. This one's popped up, and this will go out of play 1-1. Five-run lead here for Wild Factor. UBO East trying to cut into the deficit. And the 1-1. Hit into right center field. It's going to drop in for a base hit as Smith cannot get to it, and it splits the outfielders. 2 runs will score as Roberts with a 2-run double to make it 8-5. So Roberts will cut into the deficit, make it 8-5. So still alive here for UBO East as Reed, the shortstop, will step in. And he fouls off the first pitch. This will be Reed's third at bat of the game. Well placed ball there from Roberts, the drive in 2. Outside, and it's 1-1. Swung on a miss here by Reed. 2 down here in the top of the 6th. And the pitch in for strike 3. And that should be ball game here. And it is. A final in our final pool game today is an 8-5 victory for Wild Factor 18 over UBO East 18. And we go into our semifinal games today here at South Alabama on Championship Sunday. A Wild Factor with the victory. I'm Dallas Lindsay. We'll be back in about 30 minutes for 11:15 start time for our semifinal game. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first semifinal game here on Championship Sunday here at South Alabama and Mobile, Alabama. I'm Dallas Renzi with the coverage as it's the Prospects versus the Pensacola Rizzlers. With our first of two semifinals game, the winner of this goes to the championship. And we are underway as the first pitch is downstairs for ball number 1. The starting pitcher for the Rizzlers will be number 17, Johnny Edgar, as he will get the nod here in the first inning. This one is lifted down the left field line, hooking foul, and goes into the bullpen for a long strike number 1 here. As we take a look at the starting batting order for the Prospects, so both teams are wearing white. The only difference is Pensacola Rizzlers will have their white tops with black number plates and gray pants on, as they will be the home team. As this is going to be a ground ball and a nice diving play by the shortstop, and he loses the handle of the ball. And it's going to be a leadoff base runner here for Jaden Breland and the Prospects. Heck of a dive there by the shortstop. That was by number 4 Stone, Christian Stone, the shortstop, but could not get a clean handle to fire over to first in time. And it's a leadoff base runner here to Breland, as it brings up the shortstop, Hayden Phillips, with the Prospects. And also with the Prospects, they will have white hats and blue number plates with white pants. So even though both teams are wearing white, there is a little bit of differences on their jerseys and also what color pants they're wearing as well. But the starting batting order for the Prospects, it will be Jaden Breland, Hayden Phillips, and Braden Ryan. To lead things off with Colton Straub batting cleanup, Alex Ramos with a couple extra hitters mixed in both lineups. 12 hitters for the Rizzlers and 14 hitters for the Prospects. On Alex Ramos, it will be Tucker Lewis, Trevor Wilkerson, Michael Tipton, Mario Sish, Cater Goodwin, Brendan Roberts, Dor Ochsner, Austin Youngblood, and then finally Zach Clark. 14 hitters for the Prospects. As this one's lifted down the right field line and foul. As Jaden Breland able to reach off an E6 to begin here for the Prospects. Prospects had to wait till the final of that pool game that we had earlier with UBO, East, and Wow Factor. Since Wow Factor allowed 2 more runs in the top of the 6th inning, they still won the game 8-5. But since they allowed more runs than the Prospects were slotted into this game against the Pensacola Rizzlers in the semifinals. Winner goes to the championship. But allow you to be with us here on JockJive for a beautiful Sunday morning going into the afternoon, as that one's upstairs, and it is a 5-pitch walk here to Hayden Phillips. And the first 2 batters are on here in the top of the first. As it brings up Braden Ryan, the second baseman, number 7, as the Prospects trying to strike early here against Edgar and the Rizzlers. As we take a look at Pensacola's starting fielders for today's game, Christian Stone will be the shortstop. Marcus Davis will be in right. Ethan Pardue will be at third base. So that first pitch is in for a strike. J.R. Riley will be at second. Ed Taylor will be in center. Johnny Edgar, the pitcher. Tucker Nitz playing in left. Taven Anderson will be catching behind the plate, as it will be number 13, as that is grounded foul. Tyler Wilson will be at first, and then extra hitters will be Parker Zarek and Jacene Mosley. The extra hitters for Pensacola Rizzlers. The game we just finished up is the last game that could possibly end in tie. We must have a winner out of this one and the game after, and in the championship game to award a champion here this weekend. Runners at first and second popped up, and this will go into the seats. As Edgar looking for his first out here in the top of the first. As number 3 hitter, second baseman Braden Ryan battles here. 0-2 count here to Edgar. And the 0-2. Swung on a miss, and Edgar gets a big strikeout here in the top of the first for out number 1. Games are an hour and 50 minutes if you're just joining us, or 7 complete innings. With one team with an advantage to go to the championship. As Colton Straub The catcher, number 20, steps in first and second. And he sits in a walk to start things off, as this will be a fly ball to right field. Right fielder was playing deep. It drops right in front of him, and that will load the bases up as Brewen retreats back to third. But bases loaded here for the Prospects in the top of the first inning. So Straub with a base hit. That's the first hit of the game for the Prospects, as it brings up Alex Ramos, number 15, listed as an extra hitter. Let's say Prospects with 14 batters in this one, 12 hitters for the Rizzlers in the bottom half of the first inning. And now Ramos with a golden opportunity here in the top of the first inning. Both teams undefeated at 3-0. As that swung on and missed from Ramos. The Prospects started Friday with a 7-2 victory versus UBO East 18. That was played at Men's Park, our other location, as broadcasting with JockJive Sports. 0-1 pitch. Connects for strike two, and Ramos is quickly behind 0-2 in his first plate appearance here against Edgar. And actually the first two games for the Prospects were both played at Men's Park on Friday and Saturday. As the 0-2 pitch here from Edgar is fouled off at the last second for Ramos to stay alive with two strikes. On Saturday, they had a dominant 13-4 victory against Ace Academy at Men's Park. Only allowed 6 runs so far, and then allowed a total of 9 runs in their first 3 games in pool play, as this will be a conversation here with the Rizzlers after a 7-3 victory versus Florida Bama Scout 19 played at McGill-Tulane to finish out the day. And the Prospects were hanging out near the ballpark, waiting to see if Wow Factor would allow more runs through the first 3 games, which they did with that 2-run double in the top of the 6th inning to give the Prospects the second spot in pool. And Lewis on the first pitch grounds this one to second, and the only play will be at first, and another run will score as it's 2-0 Prospects. Off the RBI ground out from Tucker Lewis, thrown out at first base. Runners advance to third and second. The Prospects will take as many runs as possible here in the top of the first inning, with the Pensacola Rizzlers offense coming up in the bottom of the first. As it'll be number 25, Trevor, up next to bat, the first baseman. Pitch is downstairs as Prospects attacking on the very first pitch on the last 2 batters. 2 ground balls played nicely by the second baseman, J.R. Riley, for the Rizzlers. And as a big swing and a miss there for strike one. Walking in at 72 miles per hour from Johnny Edgar. Third and second with 2 outs, a 1-1. Swung on a miss again from Trevor, with Michael Timpton, number 1, on deck, listed as an extra hitter. As Wilker's trying to come through here with 2 outs. And the 1-2. Swung on a miss. Edgar gets a big strikeout here in the top of the first and leaves runner stranded at third and second. 2-0 Prospects as we head to the bottom of the first in this elimination game. Prospects with a productive top of the first. They jump ahead 2-0 as the Pensacola Rizzlers bats will step up here against the starting pitcher, number 9, Zach Clark, for the Prospects. It'll be Christian Stone, J.J. Startzel, and Marcus Davis to lead things off. And the first pitch is going to be a fly ball down the right field line. Could be trouble for the right fielder, and he makes the catch down the right field line. When that's a grab there from Mario Sitch, number 12, and right, for out number 1 for the Prospects. So Stone flies out as we take a look at the Rizzlers starting batting order, as it will be Stone, Startzel, and Davis, with Padu batting cleanup, followed by Riley, Taylor, Edgar, Nitz, Anderson, Wilson, Zarek, and Mosley. 12 hitters in the batting order. As the first pitch delivered in for a strike from Zach Clark. Rizzlers coming in 3-0. With a dominant 10-2 victory against the Gulf Coast Pelicans at Faith Academy before the weather rolled in on Friday, as that will be fouled off. 3-1 victory against Mako Baseball Club 17U on Saturday. And then they had a 5-0 victory versus Wiregrass Indians. That was played at McGill-Tulane. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on a miss. Pitch in the dirt, and they will have to fire to first, and the throw is in time. And 2 are gone here in the bottom of the first. Fly out to right. Startzel strikes out swinging, and it'll be Marcus Davis, the right fielder, coming up. So since the Rizzlers only allowed 1 run in their final 2 games, that's why they were awaiting the winner. The Prospects and the other wow factor, and see who will have the least amount of runs given up. A ground ball to third, and it is a 1-2-3 inning as we head to second. 2-0 Prospects. We're through the first inning as we've been in the top of the second. Prospects had the bases loaded and scored 2 runs off of it. And it's a 1-2-3 inning on the bat side from Zach Clark, their starting pitcher. Edgar back in for his second inning of work for the Rizzlers, as the first pitch misses downstairs for ball number 1. First 7 batters were up to the plate for the Prospects, as it will be hitters 8, 9, and 10 due up here in the top of the second. That connects for a strike, and it's 1-1. As number 1, Michael Timpton will lead things off here for the Prospects. As the 1-1 pitch, it's going to be fouled off. Started this morning off with 3 ballparks in action: South, Men's Park, and also at Matthews Park. Men's Park are waiting their first semifinal game. That is in 16U. The rest of the day here at South will be 18U. And semifinals and championship, as that one's outside. And some of the finals from this morning: Wow Factor Catalyst 18, 8-5 victory over UBO East 18. Coastal Sports Academy 16U with a 10-6 victory, as this will be a chopper over to the left side of the infield. Third baseman comes in and fires the first in time. And a nice play there by the third baseman, Gooden. Number 8 with the play, and it's out number 1 here. Naturally made that number 2, Pardue. Ethan Pardue with the play. One out here in the top of the second as we go to Mario Sish, who made that phenomenal catch in right field for out number 1 in the bottom of the first. But over at Matthews Park, it was Coastal Sports Academy 16U with a 10-6 victory over Ace Academy Diamond Dogs. Men's Park had a tight game over there with UBO East 16 with a 4-3 victory over UBO Mississippi 16. And games coming up at Men's Park, it'll be UBO East 16 versus SBG, as this will be a base hit to right field for Mario Sish. Great defense already and good offense so far with a single to right. So Mario Sish will reach, and it'll be number 8, Gooden, up next to bat, the third baseman for the Prospects. We're running on first here with 1 out. And let's say Ethan Pardue making the play for the first out here in the top of the second. The first pitch is downstairs. With 14 hitters, so most likely it'll just be 2 at-bats for each player, maybe 3. Depending on if the Prospects can continue their offensive production like they had in the first one. This goes to Pardue, fires the second high throw, but they get the force out at second. With Gooden able to reach at first base. 2 gone here in the top of the second. And brings up Braden Roberts, the center fielder, number 1, with a runner on first. 2 errors at shortstop in that top of the first inning, resulting in 2 runs. Ramos able to bring in a run. As out first pitch will go upstairs, and it's 1-0 here to Roberts, number 11 hitter. The 1-0 pitch. In for strike number 1. Like I was saying, at 12 o'clock, we'll have our semifinal game between UBO East 16 versus SPG Sox Scout 2027. We saw SPG the first game on Friday, as that swung on a miss for strike 2. Matthews Park, it'll be Ace Academy Diamond Dogs versus Sports U 16. And the winner of those 2 games will face off in the championship bracket moving forward at Men's Park. So this one's fouled out of play. So that game at 12, Ace Academy Diamond Dogs versus Sports U16 will be the last game played at Matthews Park. And then we will be down to 2 fields, start this weekend with 5 fields, with Faith Academy and McGill 2, and also seeing action. Faith Academy had a little bit of issue with the field after the rain that came through Friday night, and they were only able to play, I believe, 3 games yesterday. At Faith Academy, McGill 2 was able to complete their games. Well, we're going to be down to 2 fields. Both live on JockJive, as this will be a fly ball to right field. Shallow right field. Right fielder comes in and drops right in front of him and gets past him. And this will move runners to second and third. The third to second is late. And it's going to be a double for Braden Roberts. And with 2 outs, the Prospects have runners in scoring position. As it brings up Thor Otzner, number 24, and he'll have a quick conversation with his head coach. And another inning, more traffic here. As Edgar gets some encouragement from his third baseman, Pardue. As the Rizzlers only have given up 1 run in their last 2 games against Mako and the Wiregrass Indians. And only 3 runs total in this entire tournament so far, after giving up 2 to the Gulf Coast Pelicans in their season opener on Friday. That'll be in for a strike, so they've given up 2 runs so far here, and now Otzner with a chance to drive in some more runs to expand the lead. Count is 0-1. The last pitch twatting in for Edner at 74 miles per hour. That one sails upstairs, and it's 1-1 here to Otzner. With Austin Youngblood, number 23, on deck. The 1-1 outside. Mario Sish and Braden Roberts with base hits in this inning. Sish with the single to right, and Roberts with the double to right field as it got away from the right fielder Davis. 2-1 pitch downstairs. Pickoff attempt at third, not in time. (3-1) count here to Otzner. Bases have already been loaded in this game for the Prospects in the first. They're a ball away from loading them up again for the bottom of the batting order to try to bat. Ender trying to get on the same page with his catcher. 3-1 pitch. Sails upstairs, and Otzner works a walk with 2 outs. And now Austin Youngblood will step in after a 5-pitch walk to Otzner. Youngblood listed as one of the extra hitters. Five extra hitters in the lineup for the Prospects. And the first pitch is right down the middle at 72. Zap toward the opposite pitcher, who was expecting to possibly having a bat in the third inning, but might have a chance here in the second to bat, even as the number 14 hitter, as it's 1-1. So this lineup for the Prospects getting on base. A couple base hits so far. Capitalize on the errors by the infield for the Rizzlers. As it's downstairs and it's 2-1. Almost a wild pitch to score a run. Eder getting his pitch count up here in the top of the second. Deals with another situation with the bases loaded. 2-1 pitch. It's swung on a miss for strike 2. Trying to keep this game manageable. Rizzlers went down in order in the bottom half of the first inning with their 12 hitters in their lineup. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up for them. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Youngblood. And it's outside, ball 3. And that will release the runners. Runners going on the very next pitch after a near miss from Edgar. Youngblood with a 3-2 pitch upcoming. Runners go. Chopped up the middle. Played by the second baseman to first in time. Nicely played there by the second baseman, J.R. Riley, number 23. And we go to the bottom of the second, still in a 2-0 lead for the Prospects. 2-0 Prospects Pensacola Rizzlers. Looking for some offense here after going down order in the first time around against Zach Clark. As it will be Ethan Pardue, J.R. Riley, and Etz Taylor, hitters 4, 5, and 6, due up for the Rizzlers. Pardue starting the game out at third base. As the first pitch will miss downstairs, Zach Clark able to get a couple of ground outs and a nice diving flyout catch by his right fielder Mario Sitch, number 12. That was the first out in the bottom of the first. And the 1-0. Smash to deep left center field, and the center fielder is there to make the catch. Nicely done there by Braden Roberts in left center, tracking down the ball for out number 1. As J.R. Riley, the second baseman, will step in. So the reason why the Prospects, or the team facing out against the Rizzlers here in this semifinal game, because we had 3-0 teams in Pool B, and the first tiebreaker is runs allowed, and Bandits only allowed 8 runs. They'll be playing later today in semifinal game. As this is another one into left center field. Roberts there, and he will make the catch. 2 down here in the bottom of the second. And the first 5 batters are retired from Zach Clark. As Etz Taylor will step in. Well, like I was saying, the Bandits only allowed 8 runs through the first 3 games. Prospects 9. And since Wow Factor gave up 2 more runs in the 8-5 victory over UBO East, they allowed 11 runs total in their 3 games. So, Bandits in, Prospects in, and Wow Factor will see their weekend come to an end. Bandits will be playing later today against the Southern Crashouts in the semifinals here at South, as that'll be fouled off from Taylor, and it's 1-1. Taylor playing in center field today for Pensacola. And the 1-1. Popped up, and this will go out of play. As it will go up into the stands. One ball and 2 strikes. Zach Clark looking for another 1-2-3 inning on the mound for the Prospects. And he's got it. Swung on a miss for strike 3. We head to the third. 2-0 Prospects. First 2 innings in the books. Edgar back in for his 3rd inning of work, and he will face off against Zach Clark, Jaden Breland, and Hayden Phillips. There's 14, 1, and 2 in the batting order for the Prospects. First pitch right down the middle for strike 1 at 73 from Edgar. Youngblood struck out with the bases loaded. Or actually, take the bat, set a ground out the second. It was a strikeout to end the bottom of the second for the Penn Store Rizzlers as they have gone down in order the first 6 batters. That one's outside. But still relatively close right now. Edgar trying to make sure it remains 2-0. Whereas offense 7, 8, 9 will have a chance to try to battle their way back into this game. Fouled out play over to the right side. A lot of close games here at South Alabama. Most of the games ending in the 4th or 5th inning. We've had 2 games go, now 3 games after the last pool game went 6 innings. Well, we've been able to play the majority of the games that were scheduled here at South besides the one Friday night due to the weather. Hopefully we will not have any issues with the weather moving forward in these 2 semifinal games and championship. That one's downstairs, and it is a full count here to Zach Clark, our first pitcher versus pitcher battle of the game. We'll have another battle between the 2 pitchers. Edgar leads off in the bottom of the 3rd. And this battle is won by Edgar, as that is in for strike 3. And the first out recorded here in the top of the 3rd. And we are through the first time around the batting order for the Prospects here in the 3rd inning. As it will be Jaden Breland, the extra hitter, who will come in, able to reach off in these sits his first time up. As that first pitch will miss downstairs. Hayden Phillips moves to the on-deck circle. 2 hits in the last inning for the Prospects, a single and a double, but we're left stranded. Sad connects for a strike as Edgar starts to settle his way into the game. Besides the errors given up by his infield, he's been able to climb his way back. 1-1. And it's 2-1. Here to Jaden Breland. Prospects in their pinstripe uniforms with a little bit of pink and a little bit of blue on their uniforms. 2-1, he went around trying to hold back and swing, but he completely goes through the swing, and it's 2-2. Crowd still remains here at the ballpark for semifinal games on the line. 2-2. Downstairs, and it's full. Zach Clark caught looking on strike 3 on the 3-2 pitch. There's another full count pitch here in the top of the 3rd. This one's popped up, and this will stay in, and it's caught. Behind the plate by Anderson for out number 2. Couldn't tell from here if it was just going to barely stay in or escape or go up against the net. It stayed in, and Anderson stayed with it the entire time and gets a big out number 2 for his pitcher, Edgar. And just outside our camera screen, even though we have a lot of foul ground covered on our camera screen behind the plate, there's still a lot more room to be shown on here on the camera just outside our camera screen as it's caught by Anderson. So Breland goes down on a pop-up. Hayden Phillips comes in. Count starts early, 0-1. As he fouls this one and goes up against the dugout. 2 gone here. Edgar looking for his first 1-2-3 inning after having the base load not only in the first inning but the second. Got out of the jam with a ground out to the second baseman. 0-2 pitch. As a ground ball to second. Slipping on the play, but fires the first, the throw, and safe. At first is Phillips. Looks like it was bobbled by the first baseman, Wilson. So a 2-out base runner here for the Prospects. After a slip there from Riley. Now bring up Braden Ryan, the second baseman, number 7. With Phillips on at first. So another base runner here for the Prospects. Pickoff attempt at first, 9 time. Next set of games, I believe, are underway now at Men's Park and Matthews Park in the semifinal games. So we'll give you score updates from that as the day progresses. As that's one on a miss. 16U over at Matthews and Men's Park. All 18U here at South. 0-1. This is upstairs. It's 1-1. Colton Straub, number 20 on deck. Big swing and a miss once again from Ryan as he's unable to connect. And it's 1-2 here with 2 outs. One-two pitch. Edgar looking for another strikeout as the runner goes, and Ryan's going to be hit by the pitch. He'll take first. First and second here with 2 outs. Colton Straub has to get his catcher equipment off as he will have an at-bat here, and it looks like that is going to do it for Edgar possibly, and it will be. As we'll take a break here on JockJive as they make the pitching change here for Pensacola. New pitcher for the Pensacola Rizzlers, it will be Ethan Pardue. Started the game out at third base, and now he'll be on the mound. As he'll face off against the catcher, Colton Schraub, after Ryan able to reach after being hit by the pitch. First pitch, going to be a ground ball. Tough play for shortstop as it's going to be a base hit to left field as they send the runner home. The throw is cut off as it's an RBI single for Colton Schraub, and it's 3-0 Prospects. On the first pitch, Schraub with a single to left field as Alex Ramos will step in. And a courtesy runner will come in as it will be number 2, Jaden Breland, as he'll come in for Colton Schraub at first base. And not the start you're hoping to have here for Ethan Pardue, come from third to the pitcher's mound, gives up an RBI single to left field, and the Prospects scored their first run since the top of the first. First pitch will miss upstairs. Ball one as that last clocked in at 76 miles per hour. 3-0 Prospects in a very surprising game. Or outcome. Double steal here by the Prospects, and it's not even going to be thrown at by the catcher. That was for ball 2 as well for Ramos. The Rizzlers have only given up 3 runs in their first 3 games in pool play, and they've given up 3 runs in almost 3 complete innings. That connects 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike to the extra hitter, Alex Ramos. With Tucker Lewis, the left fielder, on deck. Ramos pops it up and up against the press box. Two balls and 2 strikes to Alex Ramos, the number 5 hitter in the Bangor, his second at bat of the game. Third and second. And he swings and misses. Pitch strike out there for Pardue as we head to the bottom of the third. 3-0. Prospects extend the lead 3-0 as Zach Clark enters back on the mound. He has retired the first 6 batters. A couple of strikeouts so far as he'll face off against 7-8-9 and another battle between the pitchers as it will be Johnny Edgar, Tucker Nitz, and Taven Anderson. First pitch, and Edgar with a single to right center field, bobbled by the center fielder, but Edgar will hold put at first base. And the first base hit and first base runner of the game for the Pensacola Rizzlers. As Edgar connects on the very first pitch, and now he'll bring up Tucker Nitz, the left fielder. Runner on first here, no outs. Rizzlers trying to mount a comeback here. And the first pitch at 75 connects on the outside corner. Well, the first 6 hitters retired, and then Edgar doesn't hesitate. He fires on the first pitch and sends the ball to right center field. And now Nitz trying to do the same as well, as that one's downstairs. Edgar on his way to second. The throw is not in time. Good throw from behind the plate from the catcher Colton Schwab, who is still in the lead 3-0 off of that RBI single after the pitching change made by the Rizzlers. Zach Clark still remain on the mound, trying to go through 3 complete innings. Edgar replaced on the mound by the third baseman Ethan Pardue. The 1-1 is downstairs, and it's 2-1. Next game scheduled at 1:30, our next semifinal game. That one misses, and it's 3-1. It'll be the Southern Crash Outs versus the Bandits. Our second semifinal game, they'll play the winner of the Prospects and Pensacola Rizzlers here on this field. As this is going to be a base hit to left field for Nitz. Edgar will hold up at third with runners on the corners. And the Rizzlers are in business here in the third inning. Tucker Nitz with a base hit as Edgar and Nitz single. And now the first big test of the day for Clark with Anderson, the catcher, up next to bat. Number 9 in the batting order, 12 hitters, like I said earlier, for Pensacola Rizzlers to the Prospects, 14 hitters. First and third here. We'll see how aggressive Pensacola will be here with a runner on first with Nitz. As this is going to be a fly ball to right field, and this is going to be caught by the right fielder. Tagging up is Edgar. And the throw is going to be cut off. RBI sac fly for Anderson. And it's 3-1. Productive at bat there from Anderson as Edgar scores. And now Tyler Wilson, the first baseman, steps in with a runner on first with 1 out. Representing the game time run. Pick off attempt at first. And the ball actually gets away from the first baseman. It's actually what the Rizzlers were looking for. They make up for the run they gave up in the top of the third. Cut the deficit back to 2 runs. And as to be in for a strike from Zach Clark, 0-1. Here to Wilson. With Zarek, Parker Zarek, number 22, that's your hitter on deck. And the pitch off first, again, not in time. Southern Crash Outs and Bandits coming up. Bandits only allowing 8 runs through their first 3 games. So that's why they're not in this game against Pensacola Rizzlers. As this is going to be a line drive and goes off of the second baseman. They'll take the easy out at second. No throw made at first, but it will be out number 2 here in the bottom of the third. As Wilson hits into a fielder's choice. Zach Clark now will have a conversation with his head coach as we'll set it aside for 30. 3-1 game after the mound visit. Rizzlers under head coach Mike Lee. 3-1 lead right now for the Prospects. So first pitch will miss outside, as it will be the extra hitter Parker Zarek. Brewers in the game time run. Reminder, games are an hour and 50 minutes or 7 complete innings. Last game went 6 innings. As a big swing and a miss there for strike one with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Rizzlers get an RBI sat fly from their catcher Anderson. Driving in Edgar after Edgar led off the inning with a single. Nets also followed up with a single, as he was called out after the force out at second on the fielder's choice. That connects for a strike, 1-2. Here's Zarek, hitter number 11 in the batting order for the Rizzlers. And the 1-2, runner goes. Swung on a miss. And it's a strikeout, as that throw won't even matter. So Zach Clark goes 3 complete innings, allowing 1 run, gets a strikeout to retire the side. As we head to the fourth, 3-1 Prospects. First 3 innings in the books, 3-1 Prospects over Pensacola Rizzlers. Back on the mound is Ethan Pardue. So that first pitch will miss downstairs for ball number 1. As he will face off against hitters 6, 7, 8 in the batting order for the Prospects. Colton Straub, it's in the lead 3-0. Rizzlers respond with an RBI sat fly from Anderson. Tucker Lewis to lead things off with Trevor Wilters and Michael Tempton due up in this inning. It's 1 on the miss, first strike 2 to Lewis. And it's 2 teams that don't give up a lot of runs per game. Rizzlers only giving up 3 runs in their first 3 games in pool play. As that swung on a miss and a strikeout for Pardue to retire Lewis for out number 1. As that will bring out Trevor Wilters, the first baseman, 25. And only 9 runs given up by the Prospects in their first 3 games. So that sails over top of the batter, Wilters, for ball 1. The 1-0. And for strike one, 1 ball and 1 strike. With Michael Timpton, number 1, on deck. Pitching staff for the Originals settling down after the bases were loaded in both the first and the second inning. For the Prospects did not generate a single run in that second inning, even though the bases were loaded. Third inning, they were able to get production on the very first pitch thrown, as that one's going to be a high fly ball to left field and caught for out number 2. Catch made by Tucker Nitz. 2 gone here in the 4th. Tempton, the extra hitter, bats here with the bases empty with 2 outs. As Pardue has settled right in. Replaced the starting pitcher, Edgar, for the final out. As that connects for a strike. And the top of the 3rd, gave up a base hit to Straw, but he's been able to retire the next couple of hitters after it, as he's retired the last 3. So that's downstairs, and it's 1-1. One pitch here to Timpton. Can that's for strike 2 at 70. Looking for a 1-2-3 in for Pardue. And he's got it. Strike 3 called. To bottom of the 4th we go. 3-1 Prospects. Three-one lead for the Prospects as we enter the bottom of the 4th inning. Originals' only run came in the bottom of the 3rd off an RBI sac fly from their catcher, Anderson. As it'll be number 10, Jazeen Mosley, the extra hitter. So 12-1-2 in the batting order for the Rizzlers, as they still have not completed their batting order yet the first time around. And they'll face off against a new pitcher after Zach Clark pitched the first 3 innings, allowing 1 run, as it will be number 15, Alex Ramos, batting 5th in the batting order. And the bat breaks, and it goes back to Ramos as he flips over to first for out number 1. Completely shattered the bat from Mosley. Yep, split in half. The bat that Mosley had, I don't even know if it was his own at bats, but it just shattered in half. Coming back right to the pitcher Ramos. Luckily, it didn't interfere with the ball going over to Ramos. And no one was hurt, just the bat was broken in half. So that one's going to be fouled off. So Mosley retired, as it will be Stone up next to bat. Christian Stone, as he will hit a ground ball to second. Second baseman gobbles up and fires the first in time for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down very quickly here for Ramos. Last pitch clock in at 74. And a nice play there by the second baseman for the Prospects, Braden Ryan. Actually made that number 22, Phillips, as they have switched positions. So Phillips now at second. First pitch will miss downstairs. Ball 1, 83. On the last pitch from Ramos. The 1-0. Downstairs 2-0. Another 83-mile-per-hour pitch. Showing velocity here is Ramos. It's a 2-0 count here as Ramos trying to send this one to the 5th inning. 3-1 lead here for the Prospects. Still plenty of time left in this game. The next game is scheduled to be at 1:30, so we got about an hour until that game gets underway for our second semifinal game between Southern Crash Outs and Bandits. Bandits and Prospects advancing here to the semifinal game, and the Prospects on the verge of a big upset unless Rizzlers get something going here in the later stages. 3-0. Is downstairs, and it's a walk to J.J. Startzel. After striking out his first time up, he earns a walk on 4 pitches. Marcus Davis, the right fielder, due up. Ramos keeping a close at Startzel at first. Skips in the dirt. Startzel heads off the second. He's easily in. But finally, through our second time around in the lineup for the Prospects. Missed on his last 5 pitches is Ramos. He gets a high chopper. It goes over the head of the third baseman into left. Startzel will hold up at third. And it will be runners on the corners here with 2 outs for the Rizzlers. So Davis earns himself a base hit. As it will bring up Ethan Pardue now on the pitcher's mound. First and third here with 2 outs. They walk the Startzel. Davis finds himself A base hit to left field, and now Ethan Pardue trying to capitalize here with 2 outs. First pitch is going to miss downstairs, 1-0. But a big moment in the game here. Best chance of this entire game for the Rizzlers. See how aggressive the Rizzlers will be with Davis on at first base. He's taken off and it gets away from the catcher, and Startzell will hold up at third. Davis is second, and now the Rizzlers are a base hit away from tying the game up. Winner goes to the championship and will play the Southern Crash Outs or Bandits in that championship game. Ethan Pardue with a hitter's count here at 2-0. And the 2-0. It's upstairs for ball 3. First base is open. Rizzlers have yet to have the bases loaded so far in the game. Prospects have had the bases loaded twice. They've scored 2 runs. How aggressive will Ethan Pardue? Will he have the green light on this 3-0 pitch from Alex Ramos in his first inning of work? Did not have the green lights in for strike 1. J.R. Riley, number 23, the second baseman, is on deck. Would love to have an opportunity here with the bases loaded. And Pardue foul tips it into the glove for strike 2. And it's 3-2 here with 2 outs. Full count with 2 outs. Smashed to right field, and that is caught on the run. Mario Sish with one phenomenal catch in right field already. He makes a big catch there with 2 outs to retire the side, and we're going to the 5th and a 3-1 lead for the Prospects. Top of the 5th inning, 3-1 lead still for the Prospects. As Ethan Pardue back in for another inning of work. First pitch, a ground ball to second, played on the hop, and firing the first is in time. And a nice play there from Riley. One down here in the top of the 5th inning. The last game went to the 6th. That was the last pool game we had. It's 7 complete innings or an hour and 50 minutes. And the way this one's going, we could have a chance to maybe get to the 7th. With the first out recorded. That one skips in the dirt. As it will be Caden Gooden up next to bat. Sitch, Gooden, and Roberts due up. Gooden already ground out to second. So that one misses outside. It's 2-0. Braden Roberts on deck. It's outside, 3-0 here to Gooden. Playing at third base to start the game. In the semifinal game, weather's been great all day long. Hopefully it continues to stay the same. Just a 50% chance of rain today here at the ballpark. 3-0 pitch. Right down the middle for strike one from Pardue. It's one on a miss for strike two. Second time around the Bangor for the Prospects. With all 14 of their hitters already won one plate appearance. The 3-2 is skied in the air to right field. And that'll be caught from Riley. We're out number 2. This brings up Braden Roberts, the center fielder. With 2 gone, bases empty. First pitch will miss downstairs for ball 1. Ground out and a pop-up, both to second baseman J.R. Riley, who's been relatively busy at second so far, as you see on your camera screen. Good pitch right there from Pardue, clocking in at 76 and evens up the count at 1 apiece to number 1. There are 2 number 1s on this roster for the Prospects, Roberts and Timpton. It's outside 2-1. Started this game close to 11:15. It's currently 12:38 as we speak. That misses downstairs. 3-1 here to Roberts. With Thor Otzner, number 24, on deck. The 3-1 pitch is grounded right to the second baseman and sneaks into right center field. Past Riley. Well hit ball there from Roberts, and he's got himself a 2-out single. Otzner, the extra hitter, steps in. Number 12 hitter in the Bangor. Prospects have not scored a run since the third inning. Scored 2 in the top of the first. Pickoff attempt's going to get away from the first baseman, and Roberts is on his way to second. They're telling him to go to 3. And he's got himself to the other side of the diamond. Just a costly mistake there from the pitcher, Pardue. Now he's got to deal with a runner in scoring position. Any run right now in this game is crucial, since it's a low-scoring game between two teams that don't give up a lot of runs in their first 3 games in the pool game. Still waiting for the first pitch of this at-bat here to Otzner. And here it is. Down the middle for strike 1. Austin Youngblood moves to the on-deck circle as Otzner deals here with 2 outs. 0-1. Misses outside. 1-1. One pitch. Another good pitch, and it's 1-2. Last 3 pitches called down, 78. One ball and 2 strikes. Pardue looking to keep the runner stranded at third. Won't do it on that pitch. It's upstairs 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch. Pardue looking for the ring up. He's got it as the pitch is downstairs. He'll have to throw it to first, and it's in time to retire Otzner. We head to the bottom of the 5th. The Pirates bets up with 3-1. Bottom of the 15th, Prospects up 3-1. They'll have Alex Ramos back on the mound for his second inning to work. Ryan back in at second base. Rizzler's desperate for some offense here, down 3-1. And the first pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. As it will be 5, 6, and 7 in the batting order. J.R. Riley, Ed Taylor, and Johnny Edgar. Edgar with the only one of the 3 with a base hit. And that one's down 2-0. Here to J.R. Riley playing at second. Made 2 of the 3 outs in the top of the 5th. And he will foul this one off to make it 2-1. For a chance to play in the championship game later today at 3:45 here on JockJive. All the games for Day 3 of the Showcase Series will be on the same as that live stream. Fly ball to shallow right. And that's caught by Sish. And actually, he doesn't make the catch as it falls right underneath them. And it's going to be a leadoff base run here for the Rizzlers. Sish with a great effort and just could not hang on to the catch in right field, and now will be a costly base runner to give up here in the bottom of the 5th. As Et Taylor, the center fielder, due up here for the Rizzlers. Remember, this game cannot end in a tie. Must have a winner before we even go to our second semifinal game to place our championship bracket. And completion, that gets away from the first baseman. And on his way to second is Riley, and he'll hold up there. And another error there by the defense for the Prospects. Taylor, number 5, digs in. Runner at second, no outs. Rizzlers' only run coming in the bottom of the 3rd of an RBI sat fly from their catcher, Anderson. The 1-0 pitch from Ramos is in for a strike, and it's 1-1. Ramos keeping a close eye at Riley at second. Taylor fouls it off. And it's 1-2. Ramos was able to retire the first 2 batters in the bottom of the 4th. Then got in trouble with runners on the corners. And then a big out from a fly-out catch from Sish in right field, which could have completely changed the momentum in this game. Now he'll battle here in the bottom of the 5th with our runner already in scoring position with no outs. And a conversation between himself and the catcher. Straub will top things over with him. Straub already productive at bat so far with an RBI single, make it 3-1 or 3-0 at the time. Rizzlers scoring the last run of this game. So both catchers producing runs offensively. Taylor battles here 1-2 against Alex Ramos. The 1-2 is Sky to right field. Sish is going back and there to make the catch. Riley will tag up from second, advance to third. First out retired here in the bottom of the 5th. This brings up Johnny Edgar, who did not hesitate on his first at-bat against Zach Clark. Signaled to right field and came to score on the RBI sat fly. Job to do here. Represents a game-time run after Taylor flies out to right field. That one's outside for a ball. Corners are in for the Prospects defense. So that connects 1-1. Johnny Edgar with Tucker Nitz on deck. The 1-1. Inside for ball 2. Ramos' 2-1 pitch. Edgar grounds it. Nice play by the first baseman. Play at home. The tag in time. Edgar's safe at first base, but they do not give up a run. Great defense here by the Prospects. Nicely played there by the first baseman, Trevor Wilkers, number 25. Had plenty of time to get the throw off the home plate, and a better tag there by Straub. Score remains 3-1. 2 outs, bottom of 5th. That first pitch will go downstairs. Edgar will go 1 for 2 in the game as Nitz will bat here. Tucker Nitz with a single to the left field his first time up, over the head of the third baseman. And he's up in the count 2-0. Runner goes as this is hit into right center field, and the hit and run worked to perfection. Runners will be on the corners here with 2 outs as Edgar advances to third. And a 2 for 2 game for Tucker Nitz. Game time run on at first. Go ahead coming up to the plate here with Anderson, who has generated the only run of the game for the Pensacola Rizzlers. Rizzlers have outscored opponents 18-3 in their first 3 games. Trailing 3-1, they need a big hit here in the bottom of the 5th. Ramos will step off. 27-9 run ratio for the Prospects in their first 3 games. Anderson with an RBI sac fly his first time up. Trying to keep the inning alive and generate a run. Runner goes. The throw to second, and they got him. What a throw by Straub, as he throws out Nitz at second. And we're heading to the 6th, 3-1 Prospects. Prospects with a 3-1 lead. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Rizzlers, as it will be Tyler Wilson, the first baseman, coming into the mound. Try to keep this game a 2-run advantage for the Prospects. Rizzlers most likely will have just one more opportunity in the bottom of the sixth to try to knot this game up at 3 or possibly take the lead. First pitch delivered in for a strike. It'll be 13-14-1 the batting order for the Prospects. Austin Youngblood, Zach Clark, and Jaden Breland due up. Sal miss upstairs, 1-1 for Wilson against Youngblood. With Zach Clark on deck, who was the pitcher the first couple innings. Missing downstairs, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch misses. Actually, that was 2-1, so it's now 3-1 here to Youngblood. So now the fifth pitch of this at-bat coming. And it's upstairs, and that'll be a walk. Youngblood takes first. Rizzler started out with Johnny Edgar on the mound. They moved over to Ethan Pardue, who kept this game 3-1, and now they go to Wilson, the pitch the sixth inning. Gives up a leadoff walk, and now it'll be Zach Clark. First pitch, and that's for a strike for Wilson. Zach Clark struck out his first time up. That was against Johnny Edgar. And this is a chopper to the second baseman. Lets it bounce. Fires the first in time. Youngblood will advance to second. So both games today here on day 3 of the Showcase Series at University of South Alabama have gone to 6 innings. 8-5 was the final earlier today with Wild Factor and UBO East. Bunted here, and it's going to go foul down the left field line. From Jaden Breland. So the Prospects, this will be their third time around the batting order, and Breland's third at bat. With Youngblood on at second, Prospects will love to have an insurance run head into the bottom half of this inning. On 1. Grounds this one to third. Youngblood in between third and second. Third baseman didn't realize Youngblood was just a couple feet away. And it's a runner on third here with 2 outs. Riley moved over to third base after playing the majority of the first 5 innings at second. And now the 2 umpires are going to meet together. And the runner is going to be safe at first. So first and third here with just 1 out. Umpires with a brief conversation with one another, and they agree that safe is the call at first base. And now Hayden Phillips with runners on the corners here with 1 out. Our next semifinal game coming up. Runner goes to second. The throw is late and not in time. Breland with the stolen base as Hayden Phillips the shortstop with third and second with 1 out and a 1-0 count. Upstairs is 2-0. Youngblood on at third. Breland on at second. Number 2 hitter Phillips on his third at bat. Chance to put a little bit of a cushion here for the Prospects. And it's 2-1. Braden Ryan awaits on deck. The 2-1 pitch with the infield in is up, and it's 3-1. Prospects have not had the bases loaded since the top of the second. We're not able to score any runs at that point. But 2 of their 3 runs have come off the bases loaded. Upstairs, and they load the bases up here in the 6th. And now a big at bat here for Ryan. And the infield was going to play in, and looks like they're just going to keep the first and third basemen in while the mid infield will go out. Bases loaded here. They need a double play or a strikeout. Here to Ryan. Youngblood on at third, Breland at second, Phillips on at first after being walked. And that's in for strike 1 to Ryan. And now a conversation here between Wilson and the catcher, as they will talk things over. Quick conversation because they know that they got to get out of this inning as soon as possible to have their offense have a chance to possibly mount a comeback here in the bottom of the 6th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swung on a miss from Ryan. Big pitch there from Wilson. One, 2 is upstairs, and it's even up. Colton Schwab awaits on deck. 2-2 is lifted to center field, shallow center field, and it is dropped. And everyone is safe. Heck of an effort there in center field. Well, it's going to drop, and the Prospects extend the lead 4-1. Heck of an effort there, and now the deficit is 3 with Colton Schwab up next to bat. Looks like it's going to be a routine play in center field until the center fielder realized it's a lot shallower than he thought, and it drops right in front of him. An RBI single for Ryan, and now Schwab already with 1 RBI. With a chance here, and the first pitch sails upstairs 1-0. Time ticking also as well here in this game. Prospects with a 3-run advantage. They can definitely put this game out of reach. 1 swing of the bat as that is chopped foul. Schwab's been great offensively in this game, but he's also made some key throws in this one as well, especially in the bottom of the 5th. Caught the runner stealing at second to retire to side, and now big moment in this game. 1-1 pitch, grounds another one foul. Alex Ramos on deck, number 15. One ball and 2 strikes after Schwab has fouled off the last 2. Schwab with a base hit to left field. 1 run comes in the score, and they'll hold the runner at third as the runners go station to station, and it's 5-1. Schwab with a 2 RBI game. Schwab will come out since he's the catcher, so they'll use a courtesy runner at first. And Pensacola is going to have a conversation here with Wilson on the mound. We'll step aside for 30. Prospects extend the lead to 4 after an RBI signal from Schwab. 2 RBIs in game. They'll have Zach Clark pinch run for him at first base, with Alex Ramos still with the bases loaded with 1 out. Pickoff attempt at first. Full-time used about to throw over to third and then decided at the last second throw to first base for the pickoff, and now we'll see the first pitch of this at bat. 5-1 lead Prospects. And it's downstairs. Nets game scheduled to start at 1:30, so we're about 23 minutes away from that. This is driven into the gap into left center field, and that's going to get past the center fielder and could clear the bases and could be an inside the park home run. Alex Ramos on his way to third, and he'll hold up there with a bases clearing triple to bust this game wide open, 8-1. Exactly what the Prospects were looking for, and Ramos delivers with a 3-run triple. Tucker Lewis will step in. The Prospects with a 5-run top of the 6th. And it looks like the Prospects will be the first team to go to the championship game later on today. Ramos is the pitcher, so they'll use the courtesy runner. And they'll just bring back Zach Clark, who just came around the score off of that bases clearing triple. First pitch here to Lewis is inside, and it's ball 1. Swung on a miss here from Lewis. One ball and 1 strike. Alex Ramos with a bases clearing triple. RBI single from Straub. And for a strike there, 1-2. As Wilson tries to settle in. A high hill to climb here for the Rizzlers. And they're running out of time as well. 2-2. Full count here with 1 out. On deck is number 25, Trevor, the first baseman. Full count, and the pitch is upstairs. It'll be a walk here with 1 out. Trevor will step in, runners on the corners. This is Wilson's first inning of work. Got in trouble very early on, and then the extra base hits, especially from Ramos at third, and a pickoff attempt at first, not in time. Ramos busting the game wide open, but if the Prospects are able to hang on, they will face the winner of Sutter Crashouts versus Bandits in the championship. For Pensacola Rizzlers team, only allowing 3 runs and pool play, allowing 8 here in 6. That one goes upstairs, and it's 1-0. Bid swinging a miss there from Trevor with Michael Tinton on deck. So Prospects will have some time to rest as they will have a big game coming up. Bid swing and miss there, and it's 1-2. 1-2. Fouled off. Swung on a miss. And a strikeout there for Wilson for out 2. And now this might be the end for Wilson on the mound. They'll make the change as we'll take a break here on JockJive. Runners on the corners here with 2 outs, 8-1 lead here for the Prospects. And a bit swing and a miss. New pitcher on the mound will be number 3, Tucker Nitz, who is 2 for 2 in this game with 2 singles. Trying to get the final out here in the top of the 6th. Count 0-1 after the pickoff attempt. Ground ball to the left side, and it'll be through for a base hit. And it's going to be an RBI single here to extend the lead 9-1. So Prospects extend the lead 9-1 off the RBI. As they continue to build a lead, and they have scored 6 unanswered runs. Michael Tinton with that RBI single to extend the lead, first and second. 0-2 pitch. This is upstairs, and it's 1-2 here. To Mario Sish, who's made a couple of outstanding catches so far. Prospects is as downstairs, 2-2. Big catch with runners at third and second. When the score was still 3-1, that would have got down. It would have scored not only the runner from third, but game time run from second. Big moment there as this is going to be a fly ball to deep right field. And that will finally be caught. And after 6-run score for the Prospects, they have a 9-1 lead. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Bottom of the 6th inning, our second game of 4 today on Championship Sunday here at South Alabama, as it will be number 25, Trevor Wilkers, the first baseman, trying to get the final 3 outs of this game with an 8-run cushion against Pensacola Rizzlers, trying to advance to the championship game, which will be later on today. Southern Crash Outs and Bandits will face off against one another in about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, as the first pitch is delivered in for a strike. It'll be Anderson, Wilson, and Zarek. They'll lead things off. Last 3 hopes to try to mount an impossible comeback here. That connects. 0-2, 82 miles per hour off the pitch from Wilkers. The 0-2 pitch. Line drive, base hit to right field for Anderson, as he connects on with a single on an 0-2 count. So Anderson with an RBI sac fly and a single, as he will head back to the dugout for a courtesy runner to come in for his spot at first base. So that'll bring up Wilson, who pitched the top of the 6th inning, giving up 6 runs. First pitch, done in at 80 miles per hour, right down the middle for strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. A swing and a miss from Wilson, and it's 0-2. Can't tell which team is down the right field line, but there's been a team staying here for about 30 minutes waiting for their semifinal game here. 18U. Swung on a miss and a strikeout for Wilkers. Route number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th. Brings up Michael. Brings up Zarek, who swings and misses on the first pitch. This as the extra hitter. The 0-1. Fouled off. Third straight at bat. That started 0-2. And at strike 3, back-to-back strikeouts. And 2 are gone here in the bottom of the 6th. And it'll be the final batter. Mosley, the last time he was up, he broke the bat after swinging and ground out to the pitcher his first time up. Bats here, last hope for the Rizzlers. First pitch in for a strike. Wilker's looking for the hat trick and strikeouts here in the bottom of the 6th to send the prospects to the championship. The 0-1 pitch. Downstairs, 1-1. One in the dirt, gets away from the catcher. Nitz will advance to second. Mosley up and count 2-1. Grounds at the first. This could do it. Stoneman overs the first baseman. He'll tag first, and the Prospects will win this game 9-1. And they will advance to the championship to face off against either the Southern Crashouts or the Bandits, which that game will be coming up in a couple of moments. 9-1 final. Prospects win over the Pensacola Rizzlers. We'll be right back here on JockJive. And welcome to our final semifinal game of Championship Sunday. Before we head to the championship, the Prospects came away with a big victory against the Pensacola Rizzlers by a final score of 9-1. And now they will face off against the winner of the Southern Crashouts versus the Bandits. This is actually the second time the Bandits have played here at South Alabama. And we're underway here in our semifinal game. Dwight Vilas, Dallas Renzi, as this is going to be a ground ball right to the first baseman, and he'll get the tag on Dallas Bryant before he gets to the bat for out number one. Crashouts will be the road team. They will be in their blue uniforms with white pants. And for the Bandits, they will be in all white with white pants with blue number plates. And you see Bandits written on the front of their jerseys. And one out recorded here in the top of the first, as that pitch will miss upstairs. We'll take a look at the starting batting order for the Southern Crashouts. They will have Dallas Bryant, Isaac Radcliffe, as this is going to be a base hit to right field for Radcliffe as he singles into right. And the Crashouts have their first base runner at first base. So Dallas Bryant, Isaac Radcliffe, Ethan Bettner batting third. Diego Bryan will be batting cleanup, followed by Lane Milstead, Landon Rubel, Charlie Hill, Anthony Dotson, and then finally Ethan Parker. So 9 hitters for the Southern Crashouts. So that pitch will miss downstairs. And the starting pitcher that will be facing off against today will be number 12, Dylan Brissett, as he will get the nod, pickoff attempt at first, not in time. We'll take a look at the Bandits out in the field. They'll have Williams in center. Netcherville will be at short. Menditia will be at right field. Pell at third. Deist at first base. That pitch will be in for a strike. Dippolite will be in left field. Frey will be at second. And then Lair and Rodriguez will be listed as outfielders later in the game, with Bonera as a catcher, number 3. For the Bandits, grounded foul down the left field line from Ethan Bettner. Bettner will be starting the game out in left field. We're almost coming to a close here at South Alabama. Day number 3 of our showcase series at the University of South Alabama. Dallas Renzi with you. And we also have games at Mims Park. Finish up 16U over there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner goes, and the throw from the catcher is in time, as Isaac Radcliffe is caught stealing at second, and 2 are gone here in the top of the first. Bettner bows here, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it looks like Southern Crashouts head coach Spencer Overton wants a quick conversation with the infield umpire. And a nice throw from there from Bonura, number 3. Behind the plate. So it'll be Williams, Netterville, and Menditia to lead things off for the Bandits. Like I said, this is not the first time we've seen the Bandits here at South Alabama. First time we're seeing the Southern Crashouts. It's still a long conversation between the infield umpire and the head coach, Overton. Both teams going in at 3-0. Crashouts with a dominant first 3 games with a close one to begin with at McGill, 2-1 on Friday, 3-2 victory versus Vision. And then yesterday, they had a 10-1 victory at Men's Park against Home Run Legends 18U. As the 2-2 pitch to Bettner is smashed to right center field. Coasting over as the center fielder Williams. He'll make the catch. And we head to the bottom of the first. No score between Southern Crashouts and the Bandits. Back here for the bottom of the first inning, in between innings, one of the head coaches for Southern Crashouts, don't know for sure if it was Spencer Overton or one of the assistant coaches, he was just thrown out. And he had a long conversation with the infield umpire, and apparently that conversation escalated after the inning came to its conclusion. But yeah, he was thrown out and now has been removed from the field. Something you don't see every day here during the showcase games, but it's a pop-up down the right field line, and it's going to drop in for a base hit. Williams with a single to start it off here for the Bandits. Starting pitcher today for the Southern Crashouts will be number 9, Diego Bryant, as he will get the nod for the Southern Crashouts. As we'll take a look at the starting batting order for the Bandits, it'll be Williams, Netcherville, and Mendentia to lead things off, followed by Gonzalez as the twin affair, listed as the extra hitter, followed by Pell, Deese, Dippolite, Frey, Lair, Rodriguez, and Bonrina. 11 hitters in the batting order for the Bandits in their white uniforms. A single by Williams starts things off with a nice offensive production so far here by the Bandits. Picked off 10th at first, not in time. Take a look at the Crashouts on the field. Dallas Bryant will be in right. Isaac Ratcliffe will be at second. Ethan Bethner in left. Lane Milstad will be at third. That is swung on and miss. Landon Rubel will be at first base. Charlie Hill will be catching behind the plate. It'll be number 11. Anthony Dodson at short. Ethan Parker will be in center field. So 9 hitters for the Crashouts, as that is in for strike 3, and it's a strikeout here in the bottom of the first. And Diego Bryant paying the corner as he gets his first out to Netcherville, as it will bring up number 10, Dominic. In the last game he was here, brought in a couple runs. Looking to do the same here today in the semifinal game. Winner in this one will face off against the Prospects, who came away with a victory against Pensacola Rizzards. Popped up down the right field line. Should be room here for the first baseman, and it actually stays in the field of play, but out of the reach of the first baseman, Landon Rubel, number 8. It'll go down as a long strike number 1 here to Dominic, with number 9, Gonzalez, on deck. Both teams undefeated, looking to remain undefeated. This one's popped up. Foul territory to the right side, and this will go into the seats. Going back to Crashouts, they had a 3-2 victory at McGill-Toolen to begin this weekend against Vision. 10-1 victory against Home Run Legends on Saturday at Men's Park. And then another tight game, 7-6 victory versus Sports U-18. That was also at McGill-Toolen. So 2 games at McGill, 1 game at Men's. 1 blowout and 2 close wins so far, which is not a bad thing, trying to win these close games here in pool play. Well, for the Bandits, 1 close game and 2 blowouts. And they're 3 games. That one misses downstairs, and it's 1-2. The last pitch at 76 miles per hour from Diego Bryant. Games are an hour and 50 minutes. Runner goes, as that's going to be fouled off from Mendentia. It's still a full count, and it's outside for ball 4. First and second here with 1 out. So I'll bring up number 9, Brian Gonzalez. And a quick conversation between the catcher and the pitcher. Gonzalez listed as the extra hitter. Batting cleanup first and second here for the Bandits. Pickoff attempt at second, not in time. As Brian keeping a close eye A base hit and a walk so far given up. And a strikeout for Diego Bryant as he tries to settle in to the bottom of the first inning. Misses outside. The last pitch at 80 miles per hour as number 7, Will Pell, on deck. And the 1-0. Swung on a miss. Big cut there from Gonzalez. But glad you'd be with us here on JockJive. It's been a very long weekend. Got through 9 of the 10 games that were scheduled the first 2 days in pool play. Finished our pool play this morning at 9 o'clock. Got done with our first semifinal game. Prospects joined the championship, and now they are waiting their opponent. Also, Men's Park, they are about to start their second semifinal game as well. 16U will finish up before 18U. That one's downstairs, and it's 3-1. Not an ideal start here for Bryant. Trying not to load the bases up here. And the home plate umpire is still acknowledging that the coach that was just thrown out for the sudden crash outs needs to leave, even though he's outside the playing surface. As that'll be fouled off. As the count is full with 1 out. This one's going to be a fly ball to deep right center field. Center fielder there makes the catch. Runner will tag up. And the throw is going to be late. Runners on the corners now after the tag up. And a nice catch out there from Ethan Parker in right center. 2 gone with runners on the corners. This brings up Will Pell as Bryant has another conversation with his catcher, Charlie Hill. Charlie Hill with a different jersey. He has a white jersey on to his teammates' blue. Bryant will step off as runners on the corners here. Williams on at third after tagging up from second after the flyout. Off the bat, Gonzalez. Pell trying to give Bandits the 1-0 lead. The pitch is downstairs and a stolen base for Dominic as he advances to second. One-0 pitch. Now it's outside. It's 2-0. First base open right here as this is the number 5 hitter in the batting order and 5th hitter of this inning. As Bryant tries to send it to the second. And he misses, and it's 3-0. Number 2, Brennan Deese, is on deck. Just in case the bases are loaded. We had the bases loaded twice in the first 2 innings of our last semifinal game. That one's downstairs, gets away from the catcher, and the Bandits and Williams will take a 1-0 lead as they score off the wild pitch. And runners will be on the corners here with 2 outs. Bandits jump ahead 1-0. Bandits are, like I said, 3-0. They started out Friday with a 6-2 victory versus 5-star Espos here at South Alabama. 7-6 win on Saturday versus WFBA Upper Class. That game was played at Faith Academy. I believe that was the first game they played at Faith because the field was still underwater last night, and they had to wait till the field was dry, pick off a 10 at third, not in time. And then they had a game later at Faith Academy in a 10-0 rout versus Hemo Hustle. So only allowing 8 runs in their first 3 games. 1-0 pitch, and now they got the runner between first and second. They get the tag, and they do. Bryant with a nice pickoff and fires his second, and it's 1-0 Bandits as we had entered the second. As it will be hitters 4, 5, and 6 in batting order, Diego Bryant, Lane Milstead, and Landon Rubel. The leadoff here for the Southern Crashouts. As the first pitch will miss upstairs for ball number 1. As Dylan Brissett. Bryant able to get a pickoff at the end of the bottom of the first to keep it 1-0, but Bandits strike first. Can the Crashouts respond? Bryant with a big swing and miss for strike 1. And it's 1-1. $20 runs scored by the Southern Crashouts through the first 3 games and only allowing 8 runs. Or I made that 9 runs. Outscoring points 20-9 so far during this tournament. 2-1 count. It's hit right out the middle, and it's a single for Diego Bryant. And the leadoff man is on once again for the Southern Crashouts. As Lane Milstead, the third baseman, will step in. Bryant is on first, so they're going to need a pinch runner to come in for him as a courtesy runner. We'll see who comes in for Diego. It'll be number 3 coming in. That'll be Ty Everett, as he will come in as a pinch runner. Game time run on at first. We started this game exactly at 2 o'clock. Fouls this out of play over to the right side. The 0-1 pitch. Tinatch for strike 2 at 63. Perfect location there from Brissett. Brissett also had a great offensive game the last time he was here with 2 RBIs. Picked up 10 at first in 9 time. Everett's able to get back in time pinch running for Bryant. Another pitch up at first, gets away, and Everett's on his way to second. And now he's going to take off for third, and he is going to be safe after a misplay by the shortstop. Great base run there from Everett. And now the game time run is 90 feet away for Lane Milstead. Oh, 0-2 the count here to Milstead. And he swings and misses. And a strikeout for Brissett. That'll be the first out. This brings up Landon Rubel, the first baseman. First pitch is downstairs for ball one. One 0. It's upstairs 2-0. Smashed down the left field line, but foul. Bell, 2 balls and 1 strike. With number 11, Charlie Hill, the catcher, on deck. Started the inning off with a base hit to DeAndre Bryant. Everett comes in as a pinch runner. An error thrown by the pitcher as that is fouled off, and it's 2-2. Able to advance to the other side of the diamond, and now the trash outs with a couple outs to work with, trying to knot the game up at 1. Only 9 hitters for the Southern Trash Outs. Most teams with 11 to 12 hitters. Just 9 today for Trash Outs. 2-2 pitches downstairs, and it's full. Everett retreats back to third. Full count with 1 out. Is upstairs, and Rubel will earn first base. And Charlie Hill will step in in his white 11 jersey. The catcher for today's game. The left-handed batter steals in first and third with 1 out. Ground ball to second. It's off the glove of the second baseman. Gets a force out at second base, but Charlie Hill is safe, and we're not up at 1 apiece as Everett scores. Could have been a double play, but just mishandled there by the second baseman, Frey. And we continue. And a good response here by the Trash Outs as it brings up Anthony Dotson, the shortstop. And that first pitch is downstairs for ball 1. Number 8 hitter with Ethan Parker, the bottom man in the batting order, on deck. Pick off a 10th. Hill trying to get back, and he's in safely. Bandits wearing white today. Hill is also wearing his white jersey, so hopefully that doesn't confuse you out on the base pads if a runner that gets tagged with a white jersey is out. 2-0 pitch. Smacked down the right field line, but foul. Right into the bullpen. Dodson with a 2-1 count. The last pitch from Brissett. Clocking at 75 miles per hour. Two one, runner goes, pitches inside, and the tag is not going to be in time. A stolen base for Charlie Hill. Three balls and one strike here to Dotson. See how aggressive he'll be. He lets that one go upstairs. It's one. Another base runner on with 2 outs. And now Ethan Parker steps in. Crash Outs bounce it bat through their entire lineup for the first time. Two on, 2 out. Swung on a miss from Parker. With Dallas Bryant on deck. And the 0-1. Grounded to short. As he'll fire to first, and it's on target, and first baseman able to keep his foot on the bag. We're heading to the bottom of the second and a 1-1 tie. Bottom of the second, and a 1-1 tie between the Bandits and the Southern Crashouts. Winner goes to the championship, which will be played right after the conclusion of this one. Dade O'Brien back on the mound for his second inning to work. Got into a bit of trouble in the first. Only giving up 1 run. Delivers a first pitch strike to number 2, Deese, the first baseman. Brennan Deese, as that one's outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Count even at 1 in the pitch. Missing downstairs 2-1. It'll be Deese, Depolite, and Frey to lead things off here for the Bandits. And 2-1. It's downstairs and it's 3-1. Bandits home team in this one. Southern Crashouts the road team. Bandits and Prospects were the last 2 teams to get in. As that one's a ball, and it'll be a 5-pitch walk there. The Deese with Depolite, who also had a great game the last time he was here at South, as that was the first game for the Bandits this weekend, as they played a game here against the 5-star Espos and came away with a 6-2 victory. First pitch, ground ball to third. Could be 2 here. There's 1 at second. Throw to first is late. Gets away. And Depolite's on his way to second base off the air. The out at second recorded. Runner on second here for the Bandits. Could have had double play there as they were able to get Milstead to his shortstop, I believe. But a wild throw there by Anthony Dotson. And it's a runner on second in scoring position here with 1 out. "30 minutes already surpassing here in this ball game. And now time's going to be called here as quick conversation between number 1, Frey, playing at second base today for the Bandits. Gets a little pep talk and is ready to go. And the pitch. Grounded up the middle, past Bryant, played by the shortstop, and it'll be in for out number 2. Nicely played there by the shortstop, number 13, Anthony Dotson. And 2 are gone here. As it'll be number 11, Roman Lair, the outfielder / pitcher listed on the roster sheet. Appreciate the Bandits for helping us out as they are under head coach Carl Williams. As this one's hit in the right center field, that'll give the Bandits the lead off an RBI single from Lair. And it's 2-1. First pitch contact on Diego Bryant. Paying off here for the Bandits. As it brings on number 14, Rodriguez. Ryan Rodriguez, the outfielder, listed as an edge hitter to start as he swings and misses on the first pitch from Bryant. So the Bandits score back-to-back innings, and they got themselves a 2-1 advantage. Southern Crashouts will trail once again. Sails outside and it's 1-1. And a 1-1 is hit over the glove of Radcliffe at second. And another 2-out single here by Rodriguez. Brings up catcher Matt Bonura. The number 11 hitter for the Bandits. First and second here with 2 outs. In the semifinal game, Bandits trying to push away from the Southern Crashouts. Pickoff attempt at second 9 time. Bryant got a pick off the end, the bottom of the first inning. Williams on deck. First pitch connects, 78 on the dot. From Diego Bryant, back in for his second inning to work. 0-1. And for strike 2, that one a little bit faster at 79. Monroe trying to stay strong here with 2 strikes. First and second, back-to-back singles. Ground ball, this to the shortstop. He'll take the easy out at third, and it's in time. Nicely done there by the shortstop Dobson. We head to the third, 2-1 Bandits. Two-one Bandits. As the Southern Crushouts will have their top 3 hitters. To lead off, Bryant, Ratcliffe, and Bettner. As Dallas Bryant with a single his first time up. Facing on against Brissett for a second time. And he grounds one to the first baseman. Nice slide there. Pitches over to his pitcher for out number 1. And Bryant is retired, a 1-for-2 day to start, as Isaac Ratcliffe will come up to bat. We'll give you some earlier score updates from the game so far. Both games today at South Alabama have gone to the 6th inning. This morning we had Wow Factor Catalyst 18 with an 8-5 victory over UBO East 18. And since Wow Factor allowed 5 runs that pushed them out of the semifinal, or possibly playing in the semifinals, Prospect took the last position and they got the win. As that is a single here for Ratcliffe, as he knocks one to right center field. Runner on first here with 1 out. After Ratcliffe with a single, and Ethan Bettner will step in. Prospect took the last spot. They came out with a 9-1 victory over the Pensacola Rizzlers. Ace Academy Diamond Dogs lost 10-6 as this one's lifted into left field from Bettner, and that'll be caught in left for out number 2. Some quick at-bats here in the top of the 3rd inning, as Diego Bryant will step in. Now play at Matthews Park, Coastal Sports Academy 16 with the victory. UBO East 16 with a 4-3 victory over UBO Mississippi 16 in Pool A. And then I mentioned earlier, Prospects with a 9-1 victory over Pensacola Rizzlers. They await in the championship. Ace Academy Diamond Dogs Sports U16 currently going on at Matthews Park, waiting for a final from that. As this one's chopped from Diego Bryant and thrown over to second. And the out is going to be recorded, as Radcliffe was trying to get over to second in time, and hurdling was the second baseman, Frey. And luckily there's no mean collision at second base, but we're heading to the bottom of the 3rd, 2-1 Bandits. Top of the band, we're here for the Bandits in a 2-1 game. Williams, Netterville, and Magentia. Dominic, the number 3 hitter, as it will be Williams to lead things off. And the first pitch, he'll swing and miss. First strike, number 1. It's Diego Bryan back in for his 3rd inning of work. Bandits have been able to get to him early on, and a run each inning so far. And it's 1-1 here. It's that last pitch at 76 miles per hour. Radcliffe remains at second. Bandits with a chance to extend the lead after a nice scoreless frame from Brissett. And that's going to be a comeback to right to Bryant. He'll flip it over to first in time for out number 1. Great reaction there from Diego Bryant. Quick reflexes there. And Williams is retired. A 1-for-2 start for him. As it brings up number 13, Netcherville, the shortstop. And he swings and misses on the first pitch as Bryant starts to settle in. Last game went to the 6th. We're about halfway there if we're able to keep going, as this is going to be a fly ball into right field and caught by number 8, Landry Rubel. Landry Rubel is at first. So they change positions up. On the outfield, that's Bryant with the catch in right. And 2 are gone, nobody on. 2 up, 2 down so far. 1-3 put out and an F9. So far as Dominic will step in, the first pitch is downstairs for ball 1. So that's Dallas Bryant with the catch in right field. Two up, 2 down as Bryant looks for a 1-2-3 inning. And a good start so far. Like I said, ground out and a fly out so far to the top 2 hitters, Williams and Netcherville. And now Dominic, number 10, settles in, the right fielder. And it's 1-2. Now 1 clock in at 73. One ball or 1-2. Swung on and missed. And Bryant, 3 up, 3 down in the 3rd. We head to the 4th, 2-1 Bandits. We've entered the top of the 4th, 2-1 Bandits. Brissett back in. He has pitched phenomenal so far. And looking for a score frame here in the 4th. The first pitch right down the middle, first strike 1. As it'll be Lane Milstead, Landon Rubel, and Charlie Hill to lead things off. And that misses just outside 1-1 here to Milstead. Playing at 3rd today, struck out his first time up. That's outside 2-1. As the crash out's looking for the equalizer here in the 4th. Scoreless inning in the 3rd for both teams. That's fouled off, and we're even up at 2 apiece. Still waiting for the final from Men's Park. And their last semifinal game, they started, I believe, a little bit earlier than what we did, but we're here in the 4th, and it's 2-1 Bandits. And it's downstairs. And it's a full count here to Milstead. Well, we appreciate everyone tuning in to JockJive all weekend long, depending on who your team is and you tuning in. We appreciate your time, and it's been a fun weekend here at South Alabama. About to see its conclusion. Strike 3 called on Milstead. And it's out number 1 here in the top of the 4th. Leonard Rubel will step in. First pitch upstairs to Rubel. Playing at first base today for the Crash Outs. 1-0. Fouled off. And it's even up at 1 apiece. Last pitch for Bristol was at 75 miles per hour. Low scoring game between these two teams, even though Crash Outs had an opportunity to build on their lead at one point in this game as that slides in for a strike, 1-2. But it's just going to be one of these low scoring games. The last game was 3-1 until the top of the 6th, where 6 runs scored by the Prospects, which eventually ended the game. Line drive, base hit to right field for Rubel. It's a 1-out single for the Crash Outs. Rubel singles, and now Charlie Hill will step in. Reminder, he is wearing his white uniform with gray pants. Catcher in today's game. We're runner on first here with 1 out. Brisson will step off the mound. How aggressive will the Crash Outs be? Looking for the equalizer. A mistake by Brissett trying to pick off the runner at first cost them the 1-0 lead. After an eventual E4, or the fielder's choice, tied the game up for Crash Outs, but now still a relatively close game where it feels like the Bandits have dominated this game. Brissett's pitch, phenomenal, but it's only a 1-run lead. As that's swung on a miss there from Chase Hill, who singled his first time up. And it's even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Hill fouls it off at the last second. Fans behind the plate trying to either knock off the concentration from Brissett or knock off the concentration from Chase Hill. One ball and 2 strikes. Brissett with the pitch. Chase Hill with a line drive, and it's going to bounce in front of the shortstop, and he'll stroll over to second, get the out. Chase Hill safe at first, 2 down here in the 4th. And now they'll bring up Anthony Dodson. Dodson with a runner on first with 2 outs. Big off attempt at first 9 time. 2-man umpire crew here today. Smash right at the third baseman. He cannot make the catch, and Hill is going to be sent home as it goes into the corner. Mishandled. Chase Hill will score, and safe at third is Dodson. And it is 2-2. Big hit with 2 outs for the Crash Outs. Right at the third baseman, and he cannot make the catch. An easy out number 3, and just glances off the glove into the corner. Well hit ball there from Dodson. And we are not up at 2 here in the 4th inning. And now Ethan Parker will step in. And Parker fouls it on the first pitch, right into the glove. Bernura, the catcher behind the plate. Brissett gives up his second run. Don't know what they'll technically score that if. That will be an RBI triple or an E5 that scores a run. But either way, it was well hit. And they might just give it an RBI triple. Brone Dotson, 0-2 pitch here to Parker. And Parker lets that one go outside. Good miss there from Brissett. Dallas Bryant awaits on deck. Well, like I said, only 9 hitters for this lineup for the Southern Crashouts. 1-2. Swung on a miss. Brissett gets the strikeouts, but not before the Crashouts knotted up at 2 after an RBI triple from Anthony Dotson. We're knotted up. Two-two here in the bottom of the 4th. Bandits and Southern Crashouts battling out for a chance to play in the championship. Dade O'Brien back in for his 4th inning work. 1-2-3 inning with a couple strikeouts. As they'll face off against hitters 4, 5, and 6 in the order. And delivers a first pitch strike. Gonzalez, Pell, and Deist. As Gonzalez listed as the extra hitter. Bryant able to provide a good quality inning in the 3rd, trying to do the same here in the 4th. Gets a ground ball to 3rd. Long throw, but it's on the money for out number 1. As Gonzalez is sat down as we go to number 7, Pell, the third baseman, with the bases empty here with 1 out. As Bryant has retired the last 5 hitters he's faced. Got into a bit of trouble in the first inning. Bailed out from a pickoff. Second inning, giving up a run. That can ask for a strike. Third inning, perfect. And so far, a good start here in the bottom of the 4th. Remember, this game cannot end in a tie. We need a winner to face off against the Prospects. So this game will go as long as we don't have a tie game between these two. As that swung on a miss there from Pell, and right now the momentum is definitely with the Southern Crash Outs. In a knotted up 2-2 game, and Diego Bryant looking for his second strikeout in the last 3 batters, as that will be grounded foul. Start this game at 2 o'clock, and it's already past 3. So we have about 40-something minutes left here in this one. And the way this game's going, we could get through 7 innings before we even get to the hour 50-minute mark. The way this game's been going, it's been quick at bats, quick outs. As that is fouled out of play. Both pitchers, Bryant and Brissett, definitely settling in. And besides a line drive that could have been caught from the third baseman for the Bandits, it could be a 2-1 game. That one just misses downstairs. And it's 1-2. Bryant was hoping to get that call, but another pitch at this is bad due up to the Pell. The 1-2. Sails outside, 2-2. With Deese due up. Bryant delivers. And then out of the glove. And they'll just throw it over to first for the out. So a strikeout for Diego Bryant. 2 outs now. As Brennan Deese will step in with the bases empty with 2 outs. Bryant with a ground out at third and a strikeout here in the 4th. The first pitch is downstairs for ball 1. It's a 1-0 count here. Depolite number 4 on deck as that's in for a strike. And it's 1-1. Bryant's 1-1 pitch. Outside 2-1. Just misses downstairs. Good miss there. And it's 3-1 hitters count. Here to Deese, number 6 hitter in the batting order for the Bandits. 11 hitters total for UBO Bandits NOLA. 3-1's outside, and it'll be a walk. Devil White steps in with a runner on first. Devil White playing in left field today. Diego with, I believe, his 3rd or 4th walk of this game as he misses upstairs at 80. Bray moves to the on-deck circle for the Bandits. Second time around this order for UBO Bandits. That's fouled into the glove for strike 1. Many of our pool games didn't even make it to the 6th inning. Some barely even made it through the 5th. A lot of games very early on ended in 4 innings. Due to all the walks, that's a wild pitch. And moving to second is Deese. And it's 2-1. here in a tight competitive game between the Southern Crash Outs and the Bandits. Keeping a close out the runner at second. 2-1 pitch is upstairs, and it's 3-1. It's Bryant losing the strike zone here in the 4th inning. (3-1), and that hits Deppelwhite, and now a runner is on at first. First and second here with 2 outs. Braid ground into a fielder's choice his first time up. Steps in here with 2 outs. All this coming with 2 outs. A walk and a hit batter from Diego Bryant. That first pitch misses, and it's ball 1. One and 0. 2-0 now. And now that will draw a mound visit. We'll step aside for 30 as they talk things over. Two outs. Diego Bryant with a quick word with his head coach. That one just misses outside, and it's 3-0. To the second baseman, number 1, Frey. Brant Frey with a big opportunity here for the Bandits. Trying to capitalize on the miscues from Southern Crash Outs starting pitcher Diego Bryant. No throw at second. He'll reset 3-0. Bases have been loaded once so far for the Bandits. And the 3-0. Misses upstairs. And the bases are loaded. Full of Bandits. As it will bring out number 11, Roman Lair. Already with an RBI single so far for the Bandits. We'll step in with the bases loaded, and that most likely will do it for Diego Bryant. Another meeting on the mound. And we will step aside as they talk things over and make a change here on the mound. We'll be right back here on JockJive. It'll be Lane Milstead on the pitch here for the Southern Crashouts as he replaces Diego Bryant. Start the game out at third base. He'll move to the pitcher's mound with the base loaded with 2 outs. First pitch sails upstairs for ball number 1 as it will be Roman Lair. The outfielder / pitcher already with 1 base hit and drove in 1 run. Pitch spot here in the bottom of the 4th. And he has yet to see a pitch in the zone. 2-0. First 2 misses there from Milstead. Difficult situation to come in here with the base loaded with 2 outs. All of this for the Bandits coming with 2 outs. As it's going to be a fly ball to right field, right at Dallas Bryant. He'll back up and make the catch, and the bases will be left stranded as we head to the 5th. 2-2. We entered top of the 5th. Bases were loaded, but a fly out to right field caught by the man at the plate, Dallas Bryant. First pitch is upstairs from Brissett, number 12 on the mound for his 5th inning of work. Winner of this one faces off against the Prospects. Next game is scheduled at 3:45, but it might be closer to 4 o'clock since we started this game at 2 o'clock. So about 30 more minutes left in this one. So that one misses upstairs, and it's 2-1 here to Bryant. Bryant, Radcliffe, and Bettner due up in the inning. Radcliffe with a base hit his last time up. Bryant is 1 for 2 in this one. 2-1 connects for a strike, and it's 2-2. We either can go the full distance in 7 or end in hour 50 with a winner, but we cannot end in a tie. The 2-2. Misses outside for ball 3. Bryant stays alive. Crashouts have yet to lead in this game. They trail 1-0, came back and tied it, and 2-1 and tied it up with an RBI triple. And that's going to be a base knock for Bryant into right field. Excellent start to the inning on his 3rd at bat. Bryant is 2 for 3 in this one. And Radcliffe will step in. Runner first here with no outs. Crashouts trying to take their first lead of the game against Brissett, who has pitched pretty outstanding so far today, as that's in for a strike. They'll start out 0-1 as the Prospect players in their white pinstripe uniforms with a little bit of blue with white hats currently in the building, waiting to see who they will face off in the championship to close out the 3-day weekend. 1-1 here to Ratcliffe. It's upstairs. It's 2-1. Ratcliffe still remains at second base for the crash outs. Ethan Bedner on deck. 2 balls and 1 strike. As this is a fly ball to deep left field. That'll be caught and left for out number 1. A high fly ball from Ratcliffe, but nothing to show for it. So it brings up Ethan Bedner, who flew out his last time up. That last catch made by the left fielder Deppelite, number 4. So keep a close eye at Dallas Bryant at first base. Bedner with a drive to left field, but it's right at the left fielder Deppelite once again. 2 gone. And Diego Bryant, who was replaced on the mound in the bottom of the 4th inning, will step up a 1-for-2 game with a single and a flyout. Bryant led off the inning with a single to right, 2 flyouts to left, 2 gone here in the 5th. First pitch drops in for strike 1. The 0-1. Big swing and a miss there from Bryant. And it's 0-2. Brissett trying to make it through 5 complete innings and set up his bandits in the bottom of the 5th. Still not up at 2 apiece. The 0-2 is ripped foul down the right field line. Van scored in the 1st and the 2nd inning, while the crash out scored in the 2nd and the 4th inning. Count still remains 0-2 here to Diego Bryant. Runner goes, Bryant swings and misses, and we head to the bottom of the 5th. Still not up at 2. Back here for the bottom of the 5th inning, Southern Crash Outs with a 2-2 lead, and the first pitch is going to be fouled off against the net. Two-two game, as back on the mound will be Lane Milstead, number 27, coming in to replace Bryant. As this will be a fly ball down the right field line, and it's going to be bouncing into the bullpen. And it's a quick 0-2 count. It'll be hitters 10, 11, and 1 due up in the inning. Rodriguez, Bonura, and Williams. As we still look for one of these two teams to take the lead here in the later stages of this one. Game started at 2 o'clock exactly. Unless the umpires might have started a little bit earlier, but about 20, 30 minutes left. But we must have one team push away. So that one misses downstairs, and it is 2-2. And most likely we'll have our third straight game today go to a 6th inning. Swung on a miss. Milstead with a strikeout to open up the bottom of the 5th. Rodriguez down on strikes as Bonura, the catcher, steps in. Milstead got the final out of the bottom of the 4th. A fly out to right field off the battle there to keep him stranded. That first pitch misses, and it's ball 1. Still waiting for our final from Men's Park in the final semifinal game before they start their championship game. That's downstairs, and it's 2-0. Pitch. It's downstairs. It's 3-0 here to the catcher. With number 16, Williams, in the top of the batting order. That's in the batting order. 3-0 pitch. Hits Bonura. He'll take first. One out here in the bottom of the 5th. As Williams, center fielder, a 1-for-2 game so far. Single and a flyout. Grounds one to third. Bryant, the second. And no throw made from Radcliffe. Go down as a fielder's choice. Williams safe at first. 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. Dade O'Brien, who started the game on the mound, is over at third base, replacing his former third baseman, Lane Milstead. And Bryan gets the out at second. 2 down here for Netterville, who was the pitcher the last time that the Bandits were on this field, and a wild pitch moves Williams to second. One-0 count. Fly ball to right field. Bryant's there to make the catch. We head to the 6th in a 2-2 game. Top of the sixth inning, 2-2 game. His first pitch is inside for ball one. Milstead, Rubel, and Hill will lead things off. Still looking for our game-deciding run. Could be the final inning of play if one of these teams pushes ahead. Crashout's trying to do that. Milstead with a nice clean inning. Only just allowing one base hit, but got a line out at right. And now he's up in the count 3-0 here to Brissett, who's back in for inning number 6. As the Bandits relying on their ace to get it done. Fly ball to right field. And it's carrying, and it's going to get past the right fielder. And now Milstead thinking for 2, and he is in safely with a leadoff double. And now Diego Bryant is going to come in as the pinch runner for Milstead. And now Rubel will come in. Big hit right there just over the head of the right fielder, Dominic number 10. And that's a costly mistake here. And now Bryant on at second as the pinch runner for Rubel. We'll see if they possibly play some small ball here to move Bryant to third. They hit a ground ball to the shortstop. Bryant in between second and third, and now he's going to have to find a way to get out of this pickle. Bryant slips and still there, and he's still not tagged, and he's out. Rubel will go to second. Bryant thought he missed the tag, but he's going to head back to the dugout. And Rubel will get his equipment to his coach. And now Charlie Hill will step in. Runner on second here with 1 out. Bryant stuck between second and third. It's going to be a risky play if he continued to go to third, but either way, the Crashouts will have a runner in scoring position once again here with 1 out. That's fouled off from Chase Hill. Hill with 1 base hit so far, ground out on his last. As he skies one to right center. That'll be caught. And the throw to third after the runner tags up, and the tag not in time. And now it will be Anthony Dotson, the one that tied the game up with a RBI triple with 2 outs. Back in the 4th inning with a chance to do it once again here. 2 gone here in the top of the 6th. That pitch sails outside and it's 1-0. Ethan Parker on deck just in case it gets to him. The 1-0. Connects for strike 1. The 1-1. It is a base hit down the right field line, and the Crashouts will take the lead off an RBI single from Anthony Dotson. And for the first time today, the Crashouts have a lead. Exactly what they were looking for, and Anthony Dotson does it again with 2 outs. As Ethan Parker steps up, and that could be the game-deciding run, and right now the band's got to look at it as the bottom of 6 could be their final chance to tie it up. Runner goes, and the tag is not in time. Stolen base there for Dotson. The 1-0. Swung on a miss. From Parker, the center fielder, with Dallas Bryant on deck. That hits Ethan Parker to put runners at first and second. And Dallas Bryant will get a fourth at bat. But that might be the end of Brissett. Long conversation here in Brissett's time on the mound will come to an end. Almost 6 complete innings, giving up 3 runs. We head to our new pitcher for the Bandits. We'll be right back. Two outs here in the top of the 6th. And a 3-2 lead for the Southern Crash Outs. Anthony Dotson doing a job with 2 outs for his second straight at bat. And now it will be Dallas Bryant stepping in with runners at first and second to try to tag on some more insurance runs. Left-handed pitcher now on the mound. The first pitch is going to be in for a strike. As it will be number 6, Blake Hooper, the outfielder slash pitcher, coming in to relieve, get the final out here in the 6th. And if the Bandits win, Hooper most likely will be the pitcher to come in. As that is going to be a base hit in the center field for Bryant. As they send home Dotson, and he will score as the throw is cut off. It's 4-2 Crash Outs. As Dallas Bryant converts on the first or the second pitch of the at bat. A single into center field. And now Isaac Radcliffe, who's had a very good day at the plate, will step in, runners at first and second. First pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. Crash Outs on their way to try to go to the championship. Fly ball to left field. That will be caught. And the final out is secured. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, Crash Outs possibly 3 outs away from heading to the championship. 4-2 lead here as we enter the bottom of the sixth. First pitch delivered is in for a strike from Lance Milstead. Bandits with 3 outs to work with, down by 2. As this one is skied up in the air, right side of the infield. First baseman comes in and makes the catch. Rubel with a after-bat catch right there for out number 1. As it will be number 9, Gonzalez, up next to bat after Dominic pops up. That pitch connects for a strike from Milstead. Back in for another inning of work after replacing Diego Bryant. The 0-1. Misses downstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. Whoever the winner of this will face off against the Prospects. This game should start around 4 o'clock to 4:15. That sails outside. It's 2-1. Will it be the Bandits or the Southern Crashouts? Crashouts have scored 3 unanswered runs to take their first lead of the game. Ground ball to short. And the throw is in time. Nicely done there by Anthony Dotson. 2 up, 2 down, and the Bandits down to their final out. So bring down number 7, Pell. (4-2). Lead here as the first pitch is upstairs to the third baseman, Pell. Anthony Dotson, basically the player of this game, with a 2-out triple to drive in a run and then an RBI single to give the Crashouts the lead. Make it 3-2. Dallas Bryant with an RBI single made it 4-2. That sails outside. It's 3-0. Number 2, D's on deck. Bandits need a base runner and they need a huge clutch hit with 2 outs. 3-0. There's your base runner. Brings up Deese after a 4-pitch walk to Pell. Milstead with a 2-out walk, and now first baseman number 2, Deese trying to keep the game alive. That pitch goes upstairs and it's 1-0. Yes, he has missed on his last 6 pitches as Milstead. Bad time to lose your control here with 1 out to go. Two-0 pitch is downstairs and it's ball 3. Got 2 quick outs to start. A ground out and a pop-up. 7 straight misses, puts a man on, and another one's threatening to do the same. And it's in for a strike, 3-1. With Deppel at number 4 on deck. Could possibly have an opportunity to respond after the mishap in right field. And he will, as that pitch is inside. Back-to-back walks here with 2 outs. And now a conversation on the mound here. Step aside for 30. There'll be a substitution in left field as it'll be Ty Everett, number 3, coming in. Milstead and Depolite battling here. First pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. First 2 batters retired, back-to-back walks, makes this a lot interesting here in the 6th inning. Game time run on at first, go ahead at the plate for the Bandits. That misses upstairs, and it's 2-0 as Milstead has only thrown 1 strike in the last 2 at-bats, and he is quickly behind 2-0. As the Bandits hoping for a miracle, and right now it's going to have to come off an extra base hit. 2-0 count. Milstead needs strikes, and he won't get there with that one. It's 3-0 for a second straight at-bat. Actually, a third straight at-bat. Right down the middle for a strike. Just needing 1 out to send the Crash Outs to the championship. As their opponent, the Prospects, awaits a winner. 3-1 skips in the dirt. Bases are loaded. As it brings up number 1, Brant Frey. And that might do it there for Milstead. As they are going to make a change on the mound. Brian's already been on the mound, so they'll have to go to someone else. We'll step aside for a minute 30. It'll be Ethan Bettner on the mound for the Southern Crashouts, trying to get the final out and send his team to the championship. Bases loaded here with 2 outs. And it will be number 1, Brent Frey, trying to keep the game alive. First pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. 3 straight walks have loaded the bases up here with 2 outs. And it's another pitch that misses upstairs, and it's 2-0. Lane Milstead was an out away from winning the game, and now he'll rely on Bettner to try to win it. And it will be strike 1 here. A 2-1 count. Bettner with the pitch. And it's upstairs, 3-1. Crashouts were able to get an insurance run in the top of the 6th, and they might need it after location keeps missing here for these pitchers. 3-1. Strike 2. And it's a full count with 2 outs. Runners will go on the very next pitch. Biggest pitch of the game coming up. And the 3-2, runners go. A pop-up down the right field line. This could be trouble, and it's going to be caught by Ratcliffe to win the game. Dramatic ending for this one, but the Southern Crashouts will face off against the Prospects in the championship in 18U. And that will do it. I'm Dallas Renzi. We'll be back for the championship game in about 30 minutes. and welcome to the championship game. In 18U, it will be the Prospects versus the Southern Crashouts. Prospects won earlier today 9-1 against the Pensacola Rizzlers to advance. The Crashouts with a nail-biting victory to advance to the championship game. Crashouts will be the home team, Prospects the road team. And we are underway. Ethan Bettner, who got the final out of the semifinal game, is now the starting pitcher for the Southern Crashouts in this do-or-die game here against the Prospects. And the first pitch, and we're underway as it's a 1-0 count. And swung on a miss there from Jaden Breland as we take a look at the starting batting order for the Prospects in this championship game. Jaden Breland, Hayden Phillips, and it will be Brandon Ryan to lead things off as it's a 2-1 count here to Breland. Colton Straub, who had an excellent semifinal game with 2 RBIs off of 2 base hits, will be batting cleanup, followed by Alex Ramos, Tucker Lewis, as that is fouled off. Trevor Wilkerson, Michael Timpson, Mario Sish, Cater Goodwin, Braden Roberts, Dor Otzner, Austin Youngblood, and Zach Clark. 14 hitters for the Prospects. And they need all 14 hitters to face off here against Ethan Bettner. 2-2 is inside for ball 3. Crashouts pretty much going with the same lineup they left off with about 30 minutes ago in their victory. And a 3-2 is downstairs, and it's a leadoff walk to Jaden Breland to kick off the championship game. Take a look at Southern Crashouts in the field. They will have Dallas Bryant in right. Center field will be Ethan Parker. And left field, it will be Ty Everett, who is not batting in the game. They have a designated hitter for him, which will be Lane Milstead, batting 5th in the batting order. The infield will consist of Landon Rubel at first base. Second base will be Isaac Radcliffe, number 24. Diego Bryant will be at third. He was the starting pitcher in the semifinal game for the Southern Crashouts. Was able to pitch through the first 3 innings and almost made it through 4 complete innings before being replaced. Now he'll be in for a strike, and the tag is not in time. A stolen base for Jaden Breland as he will take second. Charlie Hill will be behind the plate once again with Anthony Dotson at short, who had a big game in the semifinals. Drove in not only the game-time run off an RBI triple, but the go-ahead run off an RBI single in the top of the 6th. Dallas Bryant also contributed to make it 4-2. And then Ethan Bettner came in to replace Lane Milstead and got a pop-up caught by Radcliffe. And this is the championship game that we have in store for you today. Almost done. Our final game here at South Alabama, as they are about to close things up at Men's Park as the SBG Sox Scout 2017 about to be the champions from 16U this weekend. As they lead it 10-1 the last time we checked, it was entering the top of the 5th. So we should get a final from that one as soon as we hear from it, as Bettner battles here. 1 ball and 2 strikes here for Hayden Phillips with Braden Ryan, number 7, on deck. Pretty much same lineup Prospects are going with. As this will be a line drive, and Diego is able to make the catch. Diego Bryant for out number 1. And it is a 10-1 final. The Sox win the 16U over at Men's Park. So this is the only game that we have going on to close out the weekend. Day 3 Showcase Series here at the University of South Alabama. Dallas Rinsey with you as it brings up Ryan with a runner on second with 1 out. As that pitch will be in for a strike. 2 teams are 4-0 coming into this one. Crashouts with 2. Or actually, we can now make it 3 of the 4 games decided by 1 run or 2, as that's a line drive over the head of Radcliffe. That will go into right to Bryant as they send the runner home. And there will be no throw made by the right fielder Bryant, as it's an RBI single for Braden Ryan, and it's 1-0 Prospects. As they take the 1-0 lead in their offense, leaving off from where they or going back to where they left off in the semifinal game. They were up 3-1 for the majority of that semifinal game, and then they had a big outburst of runs in the top of the sixth, scoring 6. And the Pensacola Rizzlers, who only allowed 3 runs the entire pool play, were unable to come back and losing game by 8 runs. So first pitch will miss upstairs as it brings up the catcher Colton Schraub, who was responsible for driving in 2 runs. 2 base hits for Schraub. A runner on first, 1 out. This one popped up. Should be plenty of room in foul territory. And Hill was there to make the catch. Almost ran into Schraub. And that's out number 2 here in the top of the first. Schraub in this game will not be catching for the Prospects. He'll be playing at first base when we talk about the fielders for the Prospects in the bottom of the first inning. That's Alex Ramos with a bases clear and triple. Over 2 hours ago, that stretched the lead to 8-1. Eventual score was 9-1. As he battles here, we're a runner on first here with 2 outs. Ryan with the early knock. Popped up. Hill cannot make the catch and almost went down the stairs of the Prospects dugout. Could have been another pop-up, and luckily for him, no injury will come from it. Count's going to be 0-1 here. As Bettner's been able to get a couple pop-ups. It'll be Dallas Bryan, Isaac Ratcliffe, and Ethan Bettner to lead things off for the Southern Crash-Outs. The 0-1 pitch. Grounded to third to Bryant. Takes the easy play at second for the force out. We head to the bottom of the first. 1-0 Prospects here in the championship game live on JockJive Sports. Crash-outs will come up to bat here, trailing 1-0, as there'll be Dallas Bryan, Isaac Ratcliffe, and Ethan Bettner to lead things off. With Hayden Phillips, the starting pitcher for the Prospects. It was Zach Clark who got to start in the semifinal game, as Bryan on the first pitch grounds it foul. Bryan with 2 base hits. in the win just minutes ago for the Crash Outs. RBI single. As the left-hand batter trying to start the offense here. Crash Outs trail for the majority of that semifinal game against the Bandits, and then they were able to score 3 unanswered runs and come away with the victory, and now trying to win the championship in 18U. As this is smashed into the Gavin to right field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit for Dallas Bryan as it splits the outfielders. And Dallas Bryan picking off where he left off in the semifinal game with a base knock to right. This brings up Isaac Ratcliffe, and Bryan with a excellent swing to right field. It's been the top of the batting order for the Crash Outs, getting the job done. And then Anthony Dodson, their number 8 hitter, getting the job done with runners in scoring position. So that one goes outside for ball number 1. Ratcliffe with a couple base hits in the win against the Bandits. Also made some key defensive plays as well, including the game-winning pop-up catch in right field. And he will get himself a base hit to right field as well. And Bryant Dabo going to third. He'll hold up at second. But back-to-back singles for the Southern Crash Outs, and they're cooking here in the bottom of the first. The opposite pitcher, Ethan Bettner, will grab it back here with runners at first and second. Bettner went hitless in the semifinal game. Trying to change it up here. Prospects in their white pinstripe uniforms with white hats and light blue number plates. It's first pitch downstairs, goes 5-hole on the catcher, and Bryant goes to third, Ratcliffe to second. And it's third and second here with no outs. Diego Bryant on deck. As we take a look at the fielders for the Prospects right after this pitch. As it's a 1-0 count. Bat-to-bat singles, and behind early here to Bettner. As that one misses downstairs. So the Prospects will have Ryan at second base. Colton Straub, who caught in the first game, will now be at first base. Alex Ramos will be at short as they talk things over on the mound. Tucker Lewis will be in right field. Michael Tempton, who is an extra hitter the first game, will now be catching. Mario Sish will be playing in left field. And Braden Roberts in center field. And then finally, Dora Otzner will be at third. With the rest of the lineup being extra hitters, that includes Zach Clark, Austin Youngblood, and Trevor Wilkerson, number 25. Wilkerson also came in as a relief pitcher as well, so we could see him throw if this game starts to get out of hand for the Prospects. 2-0 count here to Bettner. And it's downstairs, and actually that was ball 3, so it's going to be a 4-pitch walk to Bettner to load the bases up here in the bottom of the first. As Diego Bryant, a third baseman. Mentioned earlier, he pitched in the semifinal game, went 3 strong innings, and then was relieved in the fourth. Bettner will be pinch run for since he is the pitcher, so a courtesy runner coming in for him at first. It'll be number 3, Ty Everett. So Everett takes over at first base, and Diego Bryant, who had 1 base hit in the semifinal win against the Bandits, will step in. With the bases loaded, Bryant at third, Ratcliffe at second, and Everett in for Ethan Bettner at first base. First pitch right down the middle for strike 1 from Hayden Phillips. But similar lineup for the Prospects that they had in their semifinal win against Pensacola Rizzlers. 0-1 pitch is downstairs, 1-1. Ramos at short. Big catches in the semifinal win by the right fielder Sish. As Bryant, ground ball. Ramos gets one, spins around, and fires the first for the double play. But the Southern Crash Outs will knot it up, have 1 apiece. But 2 big outs with a runner on third. 1-1. Bryant ties it up. Ramos with a nice play at short and spins around to get the out at first for the double play. So I'll bring out Lane Milstead. Both defenses bailing out their pitcher here in the first inning. In a 1-1 tie game. Two teams that don't give up a lot of runs so far in pool play. Prospects only gave up 9 runs through 3 games. As that swung on a miss from Milstead and only gave up 1 run in the win against Pensacola Rizzlers. 2 balls and 1 strike. This will be a chopper over the head of the pitcher. Goes to the second baseman as he will flip it over to first, and it's in time to Jim Milstead. A nice play there by the second baseman, Ryan. We're heading to the second, 1-1 Prospects and crash outs. Top of the second, 1-1 between the Prospects and the Southern Crash Outs. Bases were loaded for the Crash Outs. They hit into a double play that scored the game time run. And then a ground ball to second to Ryan ended it. And now Ethan Bedner pitches in a tie game here in the championship. The first pitch will sail upstairs for ball 1. As it will be hitters 6, 7, 8 in batting order: Tucker Lewis, Trevor Wilkerson, and Michael Timpton. To lead things off for the Prospects. And the 1-0. And that's for a strike, 73 miles per hour. If we were not here earlier in the week, here at South Alabama, we have on the Jumbotron a couple of statistics about each pitch thrown by all the pitchers here at South Alabama. So I want messages upstairs, including their speed on the pitch and a couple other statistics like exit speed and distance. New features that we did not have last year here at South Alabama. But we do have our 2-camera look behind the plate and also in center field. As it's 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Lewis as he fouls off the pitch to stay alive. And the only reason why the Prospects were able to make it to the semifinals because Wow Factor gave up 2 extra runs in the 6th inning to bring their total to 11. So the Prospects were in and the Bandits were in as the 2 semifinals teams face off against the Rizzlers and Southern Crash Outs. Prospects started their journey this week with a 7-2 victory at Men's Park versus UBO East 18. And they also had their second game of the tournament at Men's Park as well in 13-4 victory against Ace Academy on Saturday. As this will be grounded to Bryant, strolls over and flings it over to first in time for out number 1. So Tucker Lewis retired as it brings up Trevor Wilkerson, who was playing at first base in the first game and then also came onto the mound, pitched a couple innings as well. And then they closed out last night with a 7-3 victory versus Fort Alabama Scout 19. Game played at McGill-Tulane High School. Started this tournament out with 5 fields in action. We are just down to this one game here at South Alabama. So that one's upstairs. Got games at McGill-Tulane, Faith Academy, Matthews Park, and Men's Park. We only broadcasted games on JockJive here and also at Men's Park. 2-0 pitch connects for strike 1 to Trevor Wilkerson with Michael Timpton on deck for the Prospects. Bethner looking for a tweener inning to work after allowing a couple base runners to the top of the batting order. And a big swing and a miss there from Wilkerson. Knots it up at 2. As that is swung on a miss, and Bettner gets a strikeout here in the top of the second. It's a 5-3 ground out to Tucker Lewis and Trevor Wilkerson after he was up in the count 2-0. Swings and misses on strike 3, and 2 are gone here in the top of the second. As it brings up Michael Timpton, who drove in a run in the first game here today. Chops 1 to Bryant, who mishandles it. Still has time to fire over to first, and it's a wild throw down the right field line. Timpton slipped at first, and the throw to second is not in time, and Timpton's in second with 2 outs. As the wind starts to pick up here in Mobile. We're able to play 9 of the 10 possible pool games this week at South Alabama. The 5th and final game on day 1 was canceled due to the rain. We got through the bottom of the first, lightning delay pulled the teams off the field, and then the rain came down here and also at Faith Academy. First pitch. It's popped up, and this will find the seats. As Mario Sish, playing in left field in this one, started the afternoon in right and made some key catches with runners in scoring position, especially one on the run in the bottom of the second. They'll need him to contribute here with a runner on second with 2 outs. With number 8, Gooden on deck. That is fouled out of play, and it is 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Mario Sish. The number 9 hitter, 14 hitters for the Prospects. They were able to bat through their entire lineup starting in the 3rd inning. As this is another pop-up in this wild play. Mario staying strong here with 2 strikes here against Ethan Bettner. Only 3 pitchers used in that semifinal win for the Southern Crashouts just moments ago. 1-2 is upstairs, and it's 2-2. With 2 teams undefeated, one will go 4-1 in the tournament. The other one will go 5-0 and be the 18U champion of the weekend. That's fouled off again by Mario. Prospects did not trail once in the semifinal win against Pensacola Rizzlers as they were up 3-0. Pensacola made it 3-1 and then sits on unanswered runs in the sits. Come back up the middle. That's going to be a base hit for Mario, and they are going to send the runner home, and the throw is going to be cut off And it is 2-1. Tag at second is in time from Dotson, but not before the Prospects take a 2-1 lead after an RBI signal from Mario Sish. We head to the bottom of the second. Two-one lead for the Prospects. After Mario Sish with an RBI single, he was called out at second. And now it will be Landon Rubel to lead things off for Southern Crashouts. First pitch misses inside for ball one. Rubel, Charlie Hill, and Anthony Dotson, who's having himself a day in the batter's box. They're going to need him once again to come away with some big hits. Rubel couldn't hold back his swing, but it's in for a strike either way. And it's 1-1. With Hayden Phillips back on the mound here. Ed O'Brien able to drive in the game-time run on a double play, as this is going to be a leadoff single for Rubel, as he singles right at the center fielder for a leadoff single. So the first baseman capitalizes on another base hit today. And now Charlie Hill, who is in his white jersey today, number 11. Same jersey he had on during the semifinal game. One base hit for him against the Bandits. Went 1 for 3. Rubel on at first. 2-1 game for the Prospects. And a big swing and miss there from Hill. Last pitch clocked in at 72 miles per hour from the starting pitcher, 22, Hayden Phillips. The 0-1 pitch is smashed to deep right field. Right fielder going back, and he is there to make the catch. Rubel tags up, and great base running there as he is in safely at second. A well-hit ball there from Hill. Was hoping to come away with a base hit, but he does at least move the runner into scoring position for the man that's been knocking in runners with 2 outs, Anthony Dotson. Game-tying RBI triple in the 4th, and then the 6th inning. 2-out single to right. First pitch will miss upstairs for ball number 1. One-0 here to Dotson. Again, that's for a strike at 73 from Hayden Phillips. Zach Clark, like I said, was the starting pitcher in the semifinal game. He was later replaced by Wilkerson. 1-1 here with a runner on second. That one goes downstairs, and 5-hole on the catcher And Rubel will go to third. And for a tight game here between the Prospects and the Southern Crashouts. A lot of similarities between the two teams and pretty good pitching staffs as well. It's going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes. Ball pitches costing the Prospects runners in scoring position here for the Southern Crashouts. Dodson lets that one go right down the middle at 74. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crashouts again with just 9 hitters in their batting order. Everett not batting. That's downstairs, ball 3. Ethan Parker, number 4 on deck, who went 0 for 2 after being hit by a pitch on his last plate appearance in the semifinal game. The 3-2 is downstairs, and Dodson works a walk, but runners on the corners with 1 out. And I will bring up Ethan Parker. Dodson on at first. We'll see how aggressive they'll be with him at first base and possibly steal for second with 1 out. And there he goes. And the throw is in time to get Dodson. What a heck of a throw from behind the plate from Michael Timpton, who was not the catcher in the first one. Straub threw out a runner in the first game. And Timpton does it here, and that's a big spot. They're in the bottom of the second. Bit swing and a miss there. And it's 1-1 to Ethan Parker, number 9 hitter, playing in center field. With Dallas Bryant on deck. 0-1 pitch. Gannat's for a strike, and it's 1-2. Dallas Bryant waits on deck, but will he get an opportunity here in the second? He will not. Swung on a miss from Hayden Phillips. So we head to the third, 2-1 Prospects. We're through the first 2 innings as we start the top of the third. Ethan Bethner back in for his 3rd inning of work. Prospects still trying to go through their first wave of their batting order. Count starts out 1-0. Connecting for a strike here. As it'll be Gooden, Roberts, and Ochsner. Hitters 10, 11, 12 in the batting order for the Prospects. 1-1. Ripped to left field. That's going to be a base hit. And Gooden on his way to second. Throw. This is going to be a close play and sliding in safely for a leadoff double is Gooden. Brings up Braden Roberts, who had a couple base hits in the semifinal win for the Prospects against the Penn Store Rizzlers earlier this morning. This is our 4th game today. We had one more pooled game to determine who the semifinals will be in 18U. All games today were 18U after having a good bit of 16U games here at the ballpark, especially yesterday in day 2. The 1-0. Upstairs for ball 2. Bettner is only the 3rd pitcher used today by the Southern Crashouts. Able to make it through the first 2. Giving up a run in each inning. Trying to put up a scoreless inning after the Crashouts could not capitalize with a runner on 3rd with less than 2 outs. That'll be in for strike 1, 3-1 now. Here's a Roberts playing in center with the 3rd baseman Thor Otzner on deck. As this will be fouled off as Bettner bows back in the count to make it 3-2. Full count. And it's upstairs. Roberts takes first. First and second here for the Prospects. As Thor Otzner will come up. Was as an extra hitter in the semifinal game. He'll be playing at 3rd base in this one, starting out in the field. First and second here for Otzner. And the first pitch connects, 77 from Ethan Bettner. Finally at hitter number 12, 2 more hitters left. That's Austin Youngblood and Zach Clark. That Sales upstairs, 1-1. A single and a walk given up from Bettner so far. Gooden with a double to left field and then a walk to Braden Roberts. That's downstairs and it's 2-1. Crashouts already with the bases loaded. Scored 1 off the double play hit by number 9, Diego Bryant. 2-1 to count with no outs. It makes it 3-1 here to Otzner. Ball away from loading the bases up. And both teams will have an opportunity to bat with the base loaded with no outs to begin the inning. 3-1 downstairs. Otzner works a walk and the bases are loaded. Austin Youngblood listed as an extra hitter once again for the Prospects, as he will step in with this golden opportunity to extend the lead and push this game possibly out of reach for the Southern Crashouts here in the top of the 3rd. First pitch sails downstairs. 2 walks in this inning from Bettner. No activity in the bullpen for the Southern Crashouts. They're hoping Bettner can give them at least 4 to 5 innings. And right now, he's having a hard time finding the strike zone here in the 3rd. And now we'll draw a mound visit with one of the assistant coaches. And we'll step aside for 30 as they talk things over. Top of the 3rd inning after the mound visits, a 2-0 count. And Bettner still misses upstairs, 3-0, nowhere to put it for Austin Youngblood. Our final game here at South Alabama this weekend. 3-0 pitch is upstairs, and it's a bases loaded walk to extend the lead 3-1 for the Prospects. And after the mound visit, after it was a 2-0 count, bat-to-bat balls thrown from Bettner. Bases still loaded with no outs. And they are going to bring in, I believe, Dallas Bryant to come in the pitch. Bettner, I believe, will go out into the field, but we'll step aside for the moment. 3-1 Prospects, bases loaded. The bullpen is called upon for the Southern Crashouts. Ty Everett, who was used as a pinch runner in the semifinal game, has been called upon as a relief pitcher. First pitch is grounded foul down the left field line as he will replace Ethan Bettner, who walked 3 batters after giving up a leadoff double. And it's a 3-1 Prospects lead. Here in the top of the third, bases still loaded, no outs. Big opportunity here to push this game out reach. And that'll be strike number 2. As this will be Zach Clark facing off here against Everett. Down to count 0-2. And that's strike 3 as he catches Clark looking for a big out number 1. Excellent pitch to throw there. As Jaden Breland, the leadoff hitter, will come up, and the Prospects are through their first wave of the order. As that one's downstairs for ball 1. And now Ty Everett needs a double play from his defense. It's inside ball 2. The only run that scored was a bases loaded walk to Austin Youngblood, their number 13 hitter. He's on at first. 2-0 pitch misses, and it's 3-0. Nowhere to go here for Everett. He started the game out in left field and is not batting in this game for the Sun Crashouts. But he'll get an opportunity to play here on the mound. Ethan Bettner, I believe, will take over in left field. 3-0. Downstairs, another bases loaded walk to make it 4-1. As the Prospects will score in each of the first 3 innings. Hayden Phillips will come in the opposite pitcher. First pitch will miss upstairs for ball number 1 as the Crashouts have just ran out of pitching here in this championship game. 1-0. Gets away from the catcher, but it's going to be a 2-0 count here to Hayden Phillips. Austin Youngblood and Jaden Breland walked with the bases loaded to make it 4-1. It's Ty Everett, the second pitcher used, and the fourth pitcher used all day by the Crashouts. Builds up and count 2-0. And I'll be strike number 1, clocking at 73 for Everett. Number 7, Ryan on deck for the Prospects. With 1 out, 3-run lead. Downstairs 3-1. Everett trying to find the zone here. Crash outs. The only other sub they have is Griffin Dodson, number 12. That's upstairs and another bases loaded walk. Make it 5-1. And Prospects will take as many runs as they like off of the mistakes and the misfires from the pitching staff. As now Ryan will step in. Start out with the number 10 hitter Gooden. As that first pitch will miss upstairs. This is the 8th hitter of the inning. And it's in for a strike. 1-1 here to Ryan. With Straub on deck as this one's lifted into shallow left center field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. And the throw to third is late, and everyone's safe. An RBI single for Ryan, and it's 6-1 Prospects. And that is 4 unanswered runs here in the top of the third. And 5 unanswered runs since the second inning. Straub popped out his first time up in foul territory. Almost hit by the first pitch, and it's 1-0. Ryan with another RBI today. Prospects have scored 14 runs today, and they've only allowed 2 runs to the opposing team. That one's outside, gets away from the catcher, and Prospects will send the lead off a wild pitch. And Everett is going to have a mound visit, and it looks like they are going to make another substitution on the mound. Bender with 3 watts, Everett with a couple watts to drive in a couple more runs as we head to our third pitcher of the inning. We'll be right back here on JockJive. It'll be Ethan Parker coming in as the relief pitcher. Only one out recorded. It was a strikeout to Zach Clark. A couple of bases loaded walks have made this a 6-run advantage, 5 runs here in the third. And the first pitch swung on and miss from Colton Schraub. And the count is 2-1. It was a 2-0 count left off from Ty Averett. And Colton Schraub, 2-1. Downstairs for ball 3. First base open right now for the Prospects. It's Parker trying to get the final 2 outs. And that's going to be fouled off to make it 3-2 with 1 out. On deck is going to be Alex Ramos, who busted the game wide open in the semifinal game with a bases clearing triple. And the 3-2 is outside. And that is ball 4. Bases are loaded back up. Alex Ramos will step in. And it looks like they're going to use a pinch runner with Straub. Straub apparently is now the catcher, so pinch runner will be number 8 for the Prospects. That'll be Gooden. Chop to Bryant. That is going to be a foul ball. So runners will retreat back. Phillips on at third, Ryan at second. And the pinch runner for Straub Gooden is on at first base. Ramos with an 0-1 count. 3 RBIs already today. He'll take that pitch upstairs, 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on a miss for strike 2. And on top of the third, where game was only 2-1. Slipping away here from the trash outs. Hit up the middle, and this is going to sneak in for a base hit. 1 run comes in the score. Here comes the second. The throw is not in time. And it's a 2-run single for Alex Ramos with a 5 RBI day for the Prospects, and it's 9-1. And Tucker Lewis will now step in after Ramos with a 2-run single chopped it right up the middle. Still 1 out. The only out was to Zach Clark, a strikeout. That pitch connects for a strike, 72 miles per hour. It's a win, as you can see in your center camera, starting to shake the camera over there in center. 1-1 now. To Lewis with Trevor Wilkerson, number 25, on deck. 7 runs now in the top of the third. Down at 2-1. And the 2-1. Skips in the dirt and a nice block behind the plate, 3-1. The number 10 hitter Gooden led off the inning. This is the 11th hitter of the inning. And that misses to load the bases up once again. Another walk brings up Trevor Wilkerson, the number 12 hitter of this inning. Even though we've seen 12 hitters in this inning, the Prospects had not batted through their entire lineup in this inning. They still got 3 more guys to go, since they started it with 14 batters in their batting order for the second straight game. And almost every single batter listed in that lineup might get a chance. This one's popped up against the net, and it's quickly 0-2 here as Ethan Parker searches for out number 2. The only out was Ty Averett with a strikeout to Zach Clark, and then walked the next couple batters. 0-2 pitch. Ripped down the left field line, but just foul. Came so close to hitting that straight into the corner fair. There's the 4th pitch of this at bat from Parker. And it is going to be a ground ball to Ratcliffe on the run, fires, and it's in time, but another run will score, and it's 10-1. So a productive at bat there from Wilkerson. First pitch right down the middle here for Michael Tipton. Already 1 base hit so far, 0-1 pitch. Almost hit him and it gets away. And the runner will come in to score to make it 11-1. Nine runs here in the top of the 3rd. Most of them coming with 1 out after Zach Clark was retired. The 1-1. Downstairs, 2-1 here. The Tipton with Mario Sish on deck. Parker's 2-1. Brett foul down the left field line. And it's full. Three-two pitch from Parker. And it's ripped foul. And that is going to be a fair ball. Late call from the home plate umpire. The run will score, and Tipton will hold at first base, but that is a fair ball. RBI signal to make it 12-1. Well, Tipton thought it was foul, and then when he said the home plate umpire said it was fair, the run was going to come and score, but Tipton had to make sure he got over the first in time, and now Mario Sish will come in. A 12-1 lead. First pitch will miss upstairs for ball 1. Prospects, runner goes, pitches downstairs, and a stolen base for Tipton. The 2-0 is downstairs, and I'll move Tipton to third. To Mario Sish. And now every single batter will reach the plate at least once. 3-0. Sworn on the miss, 3-1. And that's inside for ball 4. runners on the corners with 2 outs. And now time's going to be called here with Charlie Hill and Ethan Parker. 3 pitchers used in this inning. This will be batter number 15, and the entire batting order has plated in this inning. Good in the one that started with a double. As the clock continues to dwindle down. First pitch, it's going to be a fly ball to center field, and Bryant will make the catch to retire the side. We head to the bottom of the third, 12-1 Prospects. Twelve-1 lead for the Prospects. After scoring 10 runs to take a 12-1 lead, and now they just need outs. Try to kill as much time as possible, as that one will go outside for a ball. It'll be top of the batting order for the Southern Crash Outs, Dallas Bryant, Isaac Radcliffe, and Ethan Bettner. Dallas Bryant with a single his last time up. So that one's behind him, and it's 2-0. After multiple walks with the bases loaded. As that is swung on and missed for strike one. And a 2-1 count. Prospects were hopeful that they would play in the semifinals, and not only did they play in semifinals and win, but now they are in control by 11-run lead. But Dallas Bryant is hit by the pitch. He'll take first. It's been a good 30, 40 minutes since Hayden Phillips has thrown a pitch. So he might be a little bit rusty after his offense was able to take advantage of the misfires from the pitching staff for the Southern Crash Outs and scoring 10 runs. Couple of base hits, RBI singles, but mostly bases loaded walks. So that one goes upstairs to Isaac Radcliffe. As this one skied and then popped up over to the left side. into the stands. And the 1-1, Brian goes, pitches downstairs, and Brian's got himself a stolen base. Phillips with the 2-1 pitch. And it's upstairs, 3-1 to Ratcliffe. No activity in the bullpen for the Prospects. This will be Hayden Phillips' third inning to try to get through. Force it to the fourth with an 11-run lead at least. Misses downstairs. And Radcliffe will take first after being walked. Didn't realize at first he thought it was 3-1, but he'll take first. And now Ethan Bender will step up. Runners at first, second with no outs. Bender first and second. Grounds it to short. Ramos over to second baseman. And the throw to first, they hesitated, and they got him for the 6-4-3 double play. So 2 gone here in the inning. A hesitation by the second baseman for the Prospects, Ryan, but he still was able to get throw over to his first baseman, and now it'll just be Brian over at third with 2 gone. And brings up Diego Bryant, who has drove in the only run of the game for the Southern Crashouts. They knotted up at 1 apiece as he hit into a 6-4-3 double play with the bases loaded. First pitch slides in for a strike from Phillips. That misses downstairs, 1-1 to Brian with Lane Milstead, the designated hitter, on deck. Down the dirt again, 2-1. The 2-1 from Phillips. Smash to deep left field. That one is going to be up against the wall and left. Diego Bryant with an RBI single as he retreats back to first. He thought it was gone at first, but Bryant with a heck of a swing there makes it 12-2 crash outs. And the Prospects now up by 10 as Diego Bryant with a 2-out single. A lawn single that almost cleared the ballpark. No home runs here at this ballpark this weekend. Came very close with Diego Bryant. That one goes outside for a ball. The 1-0 slides in for a strike. The Milstead, the designated hitter, as he is hitting for Ty Everett, who started the game out in left field. Eventually made it to the pitcher's mound. Collected only 1 out in the top of the third, and then was removed from the game with Ethan Parker pitching. So that pitch downstairs. Two one. Popped up and it'll clear the nets and into the stands. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crash out scoring for their first run since the bottom of the first. And that almost hit Milstead. And it's full. That will release Diego Bryan from first base. Full count. Bryan's off and going. As this one is looped into right field, and this one's going to drop in and split the outfielders as they are going to send Bryan home, and he will score. RBI double for Milstead, and it's 12-3. And it's now a 9-run advantage for the Prospects. Lyndon Rubel will come up. Already with a base notch so far, came around the score. And he swings and misses on the first pitch. Misses outside. One and one from Phillips. Grounds it foul. Charlie Hill, the catcher, number 11 on deck. Prospects scoring a total of 21 runs so far in 9 innings, almost 9 complete innings. Ground ball to short, Ramos to first in time, and it's 12-3 as we head to the 4th. 12-3 Prospects over Southern Crashouts. If the Prospects score at least one more run and keep the Southern Crashouts scoreless, then the game will end 10 runs after 4, the mercy rule. Ethan Parker back on the mound after finally getting the final out at the top of the third after a 10-run inning for the Prospects. Starts with a 1-0 count. And it'll start with a single to left center field for number 1, Braden Roberts. So Roberts singles, and now bring up Thor Ochsner, number 24. Both teams agreed that they will play 7 complete innings unless a mercy rule is applied. We will not have the hour and 50-minute game, so it'll be 7 complete innings or mercy rule end it. Swung on a miss there from Thor Ochsner, the third baseman. Two-run score by the Crashouts have made this where the Prospects need to score at least 1 run and then hold the Crashouts scoreless to win the game in 4. That one misses downstairs, and it's 1-1. Austin Youngblood on deck for the Prospects in our championship game. We appreciate everyone tuning in to all the games all weekend long. We appreciate your cooperation with some of the technical issues we've had. That one is inside and a stolen base for number 1, Braden Roberts. On Friday, we had the center field camera constantly go in and out during the broadcast. Yesterday, a little bit of an audio issue and also going out of YouTube as well. We were able to get it back for the 5th game. But we appreciate your cooperations, and if you would like to watch any of the games here at South or in that men's part this weekend, just go to our on-demand page, pay a little bit of a subscription fee, and you can have full access to all those games from day 1, day 2, and day 3 here on Championship Sunday. And also follow us on social media. Ochsner with a fly ball to the left, and it's right at the left fielder for out number 1. So Ochsner flies out to the left, as it brings up Austin Youngblood. But 15 hitters came up to the plate in the top of the third. And as a line drive, that'll be caught for out number 2. A single and a fly out and a line drive here in the top of the 4th. So I'll bring up Zach Clark, the number 14 hitter in the batting order, with a runner on second. Jets his swing as the pitch is going to be upstairs for ball 1. One-0. Inside, almost hit Zach Clark. 2-0. Parker looking for a clean inning. Prospects have scored in every inning so far. 1 each in the first and second, and 10 in the third. And they say he went around, so it'll be 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike. 3-1 now. So, like I said, they did check the batter, Clark, and the infield umpire said he did go. Roberts on at second. He's taking off for third. The pitch is downstairs. It'll be a stolen base with Zach Clark taking first. Runners on the corners here with 2 outs. Third time around the batting order for the 14 batting order for the Prospects with Jaden Breland. First pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. As you can hear the frustration from the Southern Crash Out's dugout. That misses inside 2-0. Fans still looking for a strike call. That'll be fouled off. And it's 2-1 here with 2 outs. And the 2-1. Downstairs for ball 3. Couple of bases loaded walks. Drove in most of the runs in top of the third for the Prospects. 3-1. Shot foul, and it's 3-2. That will release the runner Zach Clark at first. Full count. Downstairs, and the bases are loaded. Brings up Hayden Phillips, the opposite pitcher, with the bases loaded with 2 outs. And the first pitch is a base hit to right field. And it's an RBI single from Hayden Phillips to make it a 10-run advantage. And that's going to be the second hit of this inning here in the top of the 4th. And the mercy rule is put in effect here for the Crash Outs. As that'll bring up number 7, Ryan. First pitch. Swung on a miss. One and one. Right now the Prospects in full command this game. Just want to add some more insurance runs to make sure this game ends in the 4th. 2-1. As it's 3-1 here. Three-one pitch, swung on a miss. Now we'll release the runners on the base pads. Three-two, runners go. And it's outside for ball 4. And it's 14-3. Colton Straub, the catcher in game 1, and the first baseman. And I believe he moved back the catcher as well. Bats here with a 11-run lead. Runner steals from home, and he is out at the plate. Well, to the bottom of the 4th, 14-3 Prospects. 14-3 Prospects, and they are throwing out Trevor Wilkerson. Pitched in the semifinal game. Tasked with the final 3 outs if he keeps the trash out scoreless. The first pitch is downstairs for ball number 1. It'll be Charlie Hill, Anthony Dotson, and Ethan Parker. Hitters 7, 8, 9 in the batting order for the trash outs. And that hits Hill. He'll take first. It's an 11-run advantage. The trash outs will need to score 2 runs to keep the game alive and send it to the 5th. As Anthony Dotson, as now they have Charlie Hill stuck between first and second. And they finally tag him for out number 1. And the Prospects now 2 outs away. Dotson with a memorable semifinal game with an RBI triple and RBI single. A walk so far in this game. This is only his second at bat. Ethan Parker is the only other batter that is not bad for a second time in this one. As that'll be in for a strike. One. As it's now officially 6 o'clock here at the ballpark. And 2-1 as that misses for Wilkerson. And that is going to be strike 2. Dotson was on his way to first. He'll see another pitch. And he will smack one to right field, and that is caught on the run for out number 2. And the Prospects are an out away from winning the game and the championship, as Ethan Parker will step in. And the pitch. Swung on a miss from Parker. The third and final pitcher used by the trash outs. And the 0-1. Inside, and it's 1-1. That's fouled off, and hits the umpire's mask. And Southern Trash Outs are down to their final strike. One ball and 2 strikes. Dallas Bryant is on deck just in case it gets to him. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. 2-2. Mercy Rule is 10 or more runs after 4. 2-2 is outside, and it's full. That was 83 on the last pitch for Wilkerson. He won that strike 3 call. We'll see if he gets here on the 3-2 pitch. Fouled off, and the game continues. Full count, 2 outs, bases empty. And it's outside, and the game will continue. Top of the batting order with Dallas Bryant will come up. Bryant, a 1-for-2 game with a single and a flyout. Trying to keep it alive here for the trash outs. Pick off attempt at first, not in time. Parker in safely. Not in time. Wilkerson just trying to avoid facing off against Dowdge. Brian, a very good hitter. First pitch sails upstairs for ball one. There is activity in the bullpen just in case. And a 1-0. Smacked down the right field line, but right into the bullpen. And it's 1-1. A nice frame job from one of the pitchers warming up in the bullpen, just in case Wilkerson's unable to get out of the bottom of the fourth. 1-1. And that's fouled. 1-2, and the trash outs down to their final strike once again.